Chapter 8:12. Within the Blackwater Pavilion. Li Shui, heir sat there shyly, while Sovereign Li Quan, who was beside her, had a face full of smiles. He had fought his entire life for what? It was all for today, to fulfill his wife's dying wish. Now, he was about to bring his daughter and son-in-law to meet his deceased wife. How could he not be excited? Father, how powerful is that lady from the soul-devouring manor? Li Shui, asked after falling silent for a while. Girls were about to get married, and were naturally quite interested in the situation of their husband's family. Lady Jiawu? Sage Li Quan's expression became serious as he replied, very powerful. As for how powerful, I'm not sure. Ah. Li Shui's jaw dropped. She knew how powerful her father was. Hearing that even her father was not sure, how could she not be shocked? She asked in surprise, could it be Grade 9? Doesn't seem like it. Grade 9 has undefeatable willpower and source energy. However, Lady Jia Wu only has powerful willpower, and her willpower doesn't seem like the undefeatable willpower of a Grade 9. She's ridiculously powerful. Sage Li Quan's eyebrows furrowed even more as a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Moreover, this Lady Jia Wu's strength is very strange. A few hundred years ago, she was only above Grade 7. In just a few hundred years, her strength has increased to such a terrifying level. This is simply incomprehensible. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Little Shui, when do you think you should get married to young Master Yi? Sage Li Quan waved his hand, his expression once again becoming excited. How about we wait for him to reach the God Emperor stage, and then I'll give you a grand wedding. Young Master Yi? Li Shui's heart tightened. Just then, she could tell that something was wrong, and it seemed that her father indeed liked Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt incredibly anxious and bitter, but didn't know what to say. She knew Sage Li Quan's temperament very well. Although he loved her dearly, he was incredibly stubborn. This could be seen from the fact that he had to choose the most peerless young master for his coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, Li Shui did not want to go against Sage Li Quan on this matter. She knew that although Sage Li Quan seemed to have everything on the surface, his heart was incredibly bitter. Ever since her mother's death, he had been living in pain. Father, what do you think about that soul-devouring beast? What divine ability did he use just now? It's so powerful. Not wanting to confront him directly, Li Shui could only speak in a roundabout way. Soul-devouring beast? Are you talking about the Soul Emperor's son? Not bad. Venerable Li Quan said nonchalantly, his soul has reached the God King level, but his comprehension of laws is still at the peak of the heavenly God level. I think his soul must have been raised by Lady Jia Wu using some heavenly resources. Although the soul-devouring beast's soul is the most important, it can be seen from this point that this soul-devouring beast's innate talent is not as great as my Shui's. Of course, that husband-to-be of yours is even more exceptional. He's a soul cultivator who has cultivated for several decades. How many years has it been since someone like that appeared in the God realm? Oh no, Li Shui's heart was filled with apprehension. From Sage Li Quan's words, she could feel how much he valued Yi Qinghan, but towards Xiao He, he thought he was someone who relied on his elders. Li Shui really wanted to tell Sage Li Quan that she had liked this weird soul-devouring beast for a long time. From the moment he bit her butt, she had decided that she would marry no one else but him. If a girl's most important buttocks were bitten, how could she not think about it? Looking at the excited Sage Li Quan, Li Shui could only remain silent. However, her heart was becoming more and more anxious. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were about to arrive. How could she bring up this matter without angering Sage Li Quan? Her father had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Sage, young Master Yi and young Master Xiao He asked for an audience. At this moment, Li Bai's voice sounded out from outside. Sage Li Quan's spirit shook and he hurriedly shouted, "Let them in." Oh right. Go and brew my 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea. Yi Qinghan was shocked outside the door. 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea. Thanks to Xiao He, he was able to enjoy it today. Yi Qinghan pulled Xiao He in. Xiao He had turned into a young man's shadow. This was the transformation art that Li Shuai had taught him. Today, Li Shuai had turned into a human form while he was still in beast form. Xiao He was afraid that Li Shuai would laugh at him. As expected, Xiao He turned into a mischievous young man, causing Li Shuai to stare blankly, but she shyly lowered her head. She felt even more bitter in her heart. Greetings to Sage Li Quan, young lady Shuai. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at the two of them and discovered that Blackie was winking at Li Shuai in a carefree manner. He was so angry that he almost sent a flying kick over. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Blackie. Oh, greetings to Sage Li Quan, young lady Shuai. Xiao He grinned and hurriedly bowed. Sit. Young Master Xiao He. You should be called Black Devourer. Sage Li Quan laughed and didn't mind Xiao He's mischievousness. He saw a maid serving a few cups of tea and said with a smile, have some tea. This is good stuff. Ordinary people can't drink it. Yi Qinghan opened the lid of the teapot. A delicate fragrance rushed out and he hurriedly savored it. At the side, Xiao He turned back to his original form. He raised the cup and drank the tea. Yi Qinghan almost spat out the tea. Damn Xiao He, pay attention to your image. God damn it, the one sitting here is your father-in-law. Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted a message. This brat didn't behave properly. If Sage Li Quan was displeased, his wife would fly away. Moreover, this was a 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea. Wasn't this like a cow chewing on a peony? Li Shuai also glared at him. Although she liked Xiao He's bandit aura, he still needed to pay attention to the occasion, hee. Sage Li Quan didn't mind at all. He sipped the tea for a while and said faintly, young Master Yi, later on, you won't have any objections to me going with my daughter to pay respects to her mother, right? I don't mind that you have a wife at home. Just give Shuai the position of the main wife. Cough. Yi Qinghan choked on the spot. What was this? From Sage Li Quan's words. He seemed to have chosen him as his son-in-law. He hurriedly looked at Li Shuai. Big brother Yi, this is a small misunderstanding. You should agree first. We are just paying respects to my mother. Later, I will explain to you. Li Shuai was embarrassed by the stare and hurriedly explained. She looked at Xiao He and was also confused. She was afraid that he would misunderstand and was a little angry. She hurriedly glared at him and transmitted a message. What are you looking at? It's all your fault, stupid soul-devouring beast. You are still embarrassing me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Chapter 8:13. Xiao He didn't dare to mess around after being glared at by Li Shuai. He transformed again and turned into the phantom of an elegant young man, sitting down obediently. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with cold sweat. What was Li Shuai playing at? However, since Li Shuai had spoken, he could only bite the bullet and cupped his hands towards Supremacy Li Quan. Paying respects to Auntie is what I should do. Good. Supremacy Li Quan nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the scene changed. 3 humans and 1 beast appeared on a green mountain. The surrounding grass was lush and the scenery was pleasant. However, there was a translucent barrier in the air. Obviously, ordinary humans and demonic beasts wouldn't be able to enter. Taking a glance, halfway up the mountain, Yi Qinghan understood that this was the grave of Li Shuai's mother. Supremacy Li Quan looked up at the magnificent tomb halfway up the mountain. His eyes were sparkling with tears. He didn't say anything and walked towards the halfway up the mountain. Li Shuai followed closely behind. Her eyes were also misty. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and glared at Xiao He, who was looking around, before following obediently. Xiang today, our little Shui finally grew up. I helped her find the most exceptional young master of the continent to be her husband. Now, they are here to pay respects to you." At this moment, Supremacy Li Quan had turned from an overlord of the Fengyun continent into an ordinary middle-aged man. Even his straight back had become stooped, and his face was filled with loneliness. A person stared blankly at the raised grave with tears streaming down his face. Li Shui had already knelt in front of the grave and cried her heart out. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and knelt beside Li Shui. He paid his respects 3 times, but when he saw Xiao He standing there in a daze, he hurriedly dragged him and Li Shui to pay their respects 3 times. However, he didn't feel good in his heart. Motherf *Ker, are you marrying a wife or am I marrying a wife? After paying his respects, Venerable Li Quan returned to the Blackwater Pavilion. Venerable Li Quan gave up the space and only hinted to Yi Qinghan to bring his family's elders over as soon as possible to discuss the wedding date. Then, he teleported away. Lord Devour left right after the auction ended. Moreover, for such a matter, the groom should be the one to propose marriage. After all, the Li family was a prestigious family. Miss Shui, what is going on? As soon as Venerable Li Quan left, Yi Qinghan quickly glanced at Xiao He and asked urgently. Isn't it because your stupid soul-devouring beast is disappointing? Li Shui glared at Xiao He, then said shyly, I didn't make it clear at that time, and my father misunderstood. Today means a lot to my father, and I don't want to make him sad. I'll tell him slowly in the future. Boss, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Little Shuayer, don't stare at me. What does it have to do with me? Xiao He, who was listening at the side, was confused and asked suspiciously. You silly boy, my head has turned white because of your marriage. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. It seemed that this marriage would be difficult. Marriage? What marriage? Xiao He blinked his eyes. Looking at Li Shuayer's murderous eyes, he quickly came to his senses and said embarrassedly, Don't rush this matter. I haven't thought it through. Moreover, I, Lord Xiao He, am not a casual person. *T, as soon as Yi Qinghan heard this, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, Li Shuayer bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a little tiger, rushing over. Xiao He's eyes suddenly widened. He transformed back to his original form and shot out of the pavilion. Yi Qinghan faintly heard Li Shuayer's angry roar. It was mixed with something like, you bit this lady's butt and you still want to be irresponsible. With a bitter smile, Yi Qinghan didn't want to be entangled here. He walked out of the Blackwater Pavilion alone. Anyway, in this dripping water pavilion, no one dared to hurt Xiao He. Let them be. Before he walked out of the dripping water pavilion, Li Bai hurried over and said that he wanted to send Yi Qinghan back. After all, Yi Qinghan was alone now and he was afraid that something might happen. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't refuse. He only asked Li Bai to instruct someone to send Xiao He back when he returned. Once he returned to the joyful red courtyard, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion. The matter in Dripping Springs City was finally over. The God's Stone was also in his hands. He could finally go to Soul Eater City. Thinking that he would soon be able to see the 3 women and the son that he had never met, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled. Feng Qi and Wu Shan had also returned from shopping. Yi Qinghan hurriedly gathered everyone and informed them that he was going to Soul Eater City immediately. After Thunder Monarch understood Yi Qinghan's meaning, he nodded and said, Our preparations are almost done. Let's do it this way. We'll start tomorrow morning. Feng Qi and Rain Queen Yao Rao, follow Little Knight to Soul Eater City. Wu Shan and I will return to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range directly. Little Knight, remember to go to Floating City and apply to build a city as soon as possible. Perhaps by the time you return, the new city will have already been built. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. A new city. This was a city that belonged to him. Yi Yao Rao, who was at the side, was a little bashful. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice, I'll follow you back to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. It's so far, the teleportation fee is too expensive. I'll also return to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. I need to design the new city properly. Soul Eater City is the city of Little Knight's family elders. No one can harm him. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Yi Yao Rao's excuse was too lousy. He and Thunder Monarch Yu Rao both had spatial rings, so they didn't need to pay for the teleportation fee. However, he immediately understood and felt touched. Yi Yao Rao and Rain Queen clearly didn't want him to bring them to meet his wives in his hometown. They didn't want him to feel awkward. This was also good. He hadn't seen them for so long. If he brought 2 women with him when he met them, they would have some ideas. After discussing some specific matters with everyone, Yi Qinghan's mood became more and more fiery. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the stone door. Wu Shan opened the door and saw Xiao He rushing in with his face covered in dirt. He was even shouting anxiously, "Boss, hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Li Shuai, that fierce woman, will kill me. This woman is too fierce, I don't want her, I don't want her." Everyone was happy. Rain Queen and Lei Yanhua came back and told them about the coming-of-age ceremony. Seeing Xiao He like this, of course it was funny. Almost 1,000 young masters in the continent wanted to marry Li Shuai, but this Xiao He actually didn't care about it. All right. Yi Qinghan thought about it. It seemed like he had to report this to Lord Devour and let her make the decision. Therefore, he told everyone and decided to go directly to Soul Eater City. Under the resentful eyes of Yi Yao Rao and Little Firework, Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He and Feng Qi and went directly to the square. Looking at the huge teleportation portal shining with 7-colored light, Yi Qinghan felt a lot of emotions. Without hesitation, he put Xiao He into the beast space. Of course, Feng Qi had already entered the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinghan paid the teleportation fee and stepped into the teleportation portal to Soul Eater City. The moment the teleportation portal lit up, countless pairs of eyes in the square lit up. Then, they quietly ran in all directions. They brought the news of Yi Qinghan's departure to their respective masters. A white slim figure flew over from the city master's mansion. Looking at the shining teleportation portal, she said softly with hatred, "Want to run? I'll see where you can run to." Chapter 8:14. The soul-devouring city was still misty, like a fairyland. Outside the North City was the boundless wandering sea. Waves of turbulent waves surged towards the soul-devouring city tirelessly, slapping against the cornerstone of the city, bringing with it a burst of beautiful sounds, adding a trace of immortality to the entire soul-devouring city. The soul-devouring city had 99 main streets and 999 side streets. The layout of the various buildings was perfect. It was divided into 4 districts. The North City District was where the City Lord's mansion and the guards lived, the South City District was a place for trade and leisure, and the East and West City District were where the citizens of the city lived. The center was a super large square. In the South City District, there was a very famous tea house in the soul-devouring city. There was a tea house. The tea house was near the square in the South City District. From the tea house, one could see the noisy square and even the beautiful wandering sea in the distance. The terrain was very good, the tea was also very good, and the decoration and environment inside were even more first class. With this tea house, it naturally became the best tea house in the soul-devouring city. It was widely liked by the customers in the city who liked to taste tea. The tea house had 5 floors. The top floor had the best scenery, and of course, the price was the most expensive. At this moment, the entire 5th floor was booked. Of course, it was not elegant to book such an elegant place. The customers who came here to drink tea were also people of status. However, when the waitress in the tea house explained the customer who booked the place, no one dared to get angry. The person who booked the place was the 3rd city lord of the soul-devouring city, Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi's strength was not high. Not long ago, he was just Prince Yi. Now, he only had the strength of a 5th-grade war god. However, he was the younger brother of the 2nd city lord and the city lord's godbrother. Who dared to be rude to him? However, at this moment, someone was being rude to Emperor E. Third City Lord, if you continue to pester me, when the Lord returns, I will definitely tell the Lord. Nine-tailed Fox helplessly looked at the smiling Emperor E in front of her, glanced at the private room in front of her, and said in a low voice. Little 99, don't be so heartless. Give me a chance, just one. You also know that since I met you, I have never been in contact with any woman. Big sister can testify. Emperor E was still as handsome as before. At this moment, when he spoke, his eyes were full of affection and sparkling sparks. Ordinary women would definitely be charmed to death. Scram. I heard that half a year ago, you were very unrestrained in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Lord Jiao would not have gotten angry if he hadn't mentioned this. Now that he mentioned it, he was furious, glaring at Lord Jiao with his phoenix eyes as he scolded softly. As the third city lord, Emperor E did not have the slightest temper in front of Lord Jiao. He hurriedly waved his hand and said righteously, rumors, it is definitely a rumor. Little Jiao, you have to believe me. My feelings for you can be compared to the wandering sea. Alright, that's enough. Today, Miss Qingqing has finally come out from her secluded cultivation and is here to relax. I beg of you, don't make a fuss. Is that alright? Lord Jiao signaled with his eyes and pointed to the private room as he pleaded. Young Lady Qingqing, sigh. Emperor E had a gleam of pity in his eyes. The three women in the private room had their own styles. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch them. Otherwise, Lord Devour would strip him naked and hang him at the city gate. Sister Qingqing, you've finally broken through to the third level of the Divine General Realm after 20 years of seclusion. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the immortal world. There was a defensive barrier in the private room. The three women sat quietly inside and naturally couldn't hear the conversation between Lord Jiao and Emperor E. Yi Qinggu, who was still wearing a fiery red robe and had a voluptuous figure, looked at the tranquil Yu Qingqing with a face full of joy. Top-notch? Hee hee. Yu Qingqing smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. The tea was very sweet, but her face slowly turned bitter. She sighed faintly and said, it's been 50 years. 100 years have passed in the Flame Dragon continent, and I've only reached the third level of the Divine General Realm. When will I be able to reach the Celestial the Arch Realm, Pa? Yi Qingyu, who had been sitting by the window, looked like a pure white lotus. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down her cheeks and landed on the white jade table. She looked at Yu Qingqing beside her and said with a choked voice, Sister Qingqing, I miss my brother, sigh. Yi Qingwu's good mood instantly became sad after hearing the two of them. He thought of Yi Sihan and the Flame Dragon continent. He thought of how Yi Sihan had wanted to cry when he had walked towards the teleportation formation. Yi Sihan had been suppressing her tears. He felt waves of heartache. The three of them stopped talking and looked at the endless flow of people in the plaza. Although the rain barrier isolated the sound, they could still clearly sense the noise in the city. However, at this moment, the three of them felt so lonely, as though they had been abandoned by the world. Buzz! A beam of light soared into the sky, attracting the attention of hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the plaza, tens of thousands of guards beside the teleportation array, and Lord Jiao and Emperor Yi who had just entered the private room. Of course, it also attracted the attention of Yu Qingqing and the others who were drowning in sorrow. The teleportation array was the largest kind. This was the teleportation array between the prefecture's main cities. Moreover, the light had been shining for such a long time. Someone from a faraway prefecture must have teleported over. The teleportation fee between the prefecture's main cities was very expensive. Those who could use such a teleportation array were all big shots. Those who could teleport from such a faraway prefecture were even more important. Therefore, the martial artists and guards in the square all tidied up their clothes and straightened their spines. They were ready to welcome and see what kind of earth-shattering big shot it was. This person is so rich. He actually teleported from a prefecture in the south. I'm afraid this teleportation cost tens of billions of divine stones. Emperor Yi's eyesight was very sharp. When he saw the light, he easily determined that the person who teleported came from a prefecture in the south. Yu Qingsheng and the others were stunned. Tens of billions of divine stones. The three of them were not country bumpkins who just came to the divine world. Of course, they understood what this meant. The light gradually began to stop shining. A green figure slowly appeared in the huge teleportation array. It was a young man with a delicate face. He looked abnormally excited as he looked at soul-devouring city. After the teleportation array stopped shaking, the young man actually began to cry silently. Then, he shouted to the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the plaza, soul-devouring city, this young master is finally here. Pa! 3 cups fell on the white jade square table at the same time and broke into pieces. The tea inside was like a dragon's tongue, scattered all over the table. The intoxicating fragrance of the tea filled the entire pavilion. He is finally here. Nine-tailed Fox's body trembled. She smiled slightly. Her smile made Emperor Yi tremble. Who is he? Emperor Yi looked at the young man in the teleportation array and looked at Yu Qingsheng and the others who were crying and trembling. He was very surprised. Bang! The protective shield on the top floor of a tea house suddenly burst. 3 figures flew directly to the plaza. Yi Qingwu directly smashed the protective shield with a punch. The 3 of them did not dare to blink, fearing that the familiar figure in the teleportation array would disappear in the next second. The figure that haunted their countless dreams would disappear. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled inexplicably. He abruptly swept his gaze towards the south, and when he saw 3 figures rapidly flying in his direction, his body and his soul began to tremble at this moment. 4 pairs of eyes, after decades, intertwined once again. Like the wandering sea water, they could no longer be separated. Chapter 8:15. Hua. Yi Qinghan's roar stunned more than 100,000 people in the field. Although this green-robed young god king could use such a precious transmission array, what kind of place was soul-devouring city? Was it a place where a god king could roar so casually? A group of guards was about to scold a few words, but they heard a loud noise in the south. The protective shield of one of the top tea houses in the city was suddenly broken. After 3 beautiful figures flew out, Lord Jiao and the 3rd city lord also flew out. They all knew these 3 women. They were the distinguished guests who lived on the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion. Needless to say, Lord Jiao and the 3rd city lord. The 5 of them were obviously rushing towards the green-robed god king. Who dared to move? Brother, Qinghan. Little Han. 3 cries with sobs resounded above the square. Yi Qinghan couldn't bear it anymore. He soared into the sky, tears in his eyes. He took a step and instantly appeared in front of the 3. The 4 figures hugged each other tightly. They had been separated for too long, more than 50 years. In the Flame Dragon dimension, it was more than 100 years. For ordinary people, it was a lifetime. Most importantly, the 3 of them faintly felt that something might have happened to Yi Qinghan. This time, Lord Devourer did not disclose in advance that he was out of Sealed God Valley. Now it suddenly appeared. This surprise was too big, so big that their hearts almost broke at this moment. Brother, 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 Yi Qingyu called out softly, as if she wanted to shout out all the repressed feelings of the past few decades. However, Yi Qingwu stretched out her fist and heavily pounded on Yi Qinghan's back, venting the pain and longing that had been suppressed for several decades. Yu Qingsheng did not speak. She just stared at Yi Qinghan, as if to engrave his shadow in her heart forever. Qingyu, Qinggu, Qingsheng. I'm back. I won't leave you. I swear to the heavens, to the divine emperor, to my dead father. Even if it's the netherworld, I'll take you with me. I won't ask for your forgiveness this time, I will use the infinite time in the future to treat you well. Yi Qinghan burst into tears. Although he knew that a man had to bleed, he couldn't help but cry. Although he knew that with so many people watching, it was very embarrassing for a man to cry. But he still cried, a complete mess. It was true that he had a strong heart, but in front of his family and the woman he loved the most, he found that his heart was in a mess. Brother, don't say any more. We forgive you. Yi Qingyu cried even harder. She shook her head and her voice became hoarse. Yi Qingyu waved her fists even harder. Little Han, if you dare to abandon us again and run away by yourself, we'll die in front of you. Yu Qingqing smiled. Her tear-stained smile made people feel a burst of heartache. She wiped her tears and softly murmured, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Little Han. Cold Emperor. Two loud roars came from afar. Yi Qinghan was shocked again. This voice was very familiar. It was Yi Qingmyo and Saber Emperor's voice. Yi Qinghan looked and saw two figures wearing the same red battle armor as the Soul Devourer Mansion's official army rushing over. The one in front with bulging eyes was none other than Yi Qingmyo. Grandpa Green Ox. Saber Emperor. The three women hurriedly separated and shyly wiped their tears. Yi Qingmyo directly flew over and gave Yi Qinghan a bear hug. After looking carefully and seeing that Yi Qinghan was fine, he laughed loudly. Little Han, where is Lord Xiaohe? At this time, the 9 lords who flew over asked. Emperor Yi, who was beside them, was also sparkling. Lord Xiaohe was the young city lord of Soul Devourer City. Yes. No. Soul Devourer City originally belonged to him. Lord Devourer said that she was only taking care of the Soul Devourer mansion and would return it to Xiaohe when he grew up. You are? Yi Qinghan looked at Madame Jiao and felt that she looked familiar. Listening to her words, he also felt that she knew him, but he couldn't remember. Brother, he is Madame Jiao. He has transformed into a human. Yi Qingyu's reminder made Yi Qinghan suddenly understand. He hurriedly summoned Xiaohe and bowed to Madame Jiao. Madame Jiao had saved his life. 3 beauties, long time no see. When Xiaohe came out, he directly jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder. Among Yi Qinghan's wives, he had the best relationship with Yi Qingyu. No matter what, he had watched him grow up. Greetings, Lord Xiaohe. Madame Jiao bowed. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. A black token appeared in her hand out of thin air. She shouted at the more than 100,000 martial artists in the square below, "Everyone, listen up. Greetings, young Master Yi and young Master Xiaohe." The Soul Devourer order appeared. No one dared to slack off. Greetings, young Master Yi. Greetings, young Master Xiaohe. More than a dozen people shouted at the same time, startling Xiaohe. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change much. After all, he had more than 100,000 subordinates in the Phoenix Glow Mountain range. He had seen many of them. Let's go to the governor's mansion first. It's not good to talk here. Madame Jiao smiled and led everyone to the governor's mansion. A group of people flew towards the governor's mansion in a grandiose manner, leaving behind countless pairs of eyes with complicated expressions. Who was this person? He actually made Madame Jiao use the Soul Devourer order to welcome him. Moreover, a small beast actually dared to call him Young Master. Young Master was not a title that could be used casually. To make all the martial artists in the city call him Young Master, it meant that these two people were the Young Masters of Soul Devourer City. At this moment, the entire soul-devouring city was in an uproar. There were now 2 more young masters in the city. This caused all the big and small families in the city to become nervous. If the identity of these 2 young masters was confirmed, then it would be a shocking piece of news. On the 5th floor of the governor's mansion, Madame Jiao directly used the Soul Devourer order to block the entire 3rd floor and above, rejecting all guests. At the same time, the entire governor's mansion became busy in order to welcome the arrival of the 2 young masters. Lord Devourer is not here? Yi Qinghan led the 3 of them to sit side by side. Xiaohe jumped on the table, picked up a spirit fruit, and started munching on it. Yi Qinghan thought that when he and Xiaohe arrived, Lord Devourer would definitely summon them immediately. However, he didn't see them now, so he asked in surprise. Didn't Lord Devour go to Dripping Spring City? Why didn't you see her? She even sent a message back saying that you would come over during this period. I didn't expect that you would come so soon, Madame Gio said in surprise. Then, she looked at Yu Qingqing and the other two apologetically, and said, Lord Devour already knew that little Han had come out. However, he was afraid that you would worry, so he specifically told me not to tell you. Come out? Where did you come out from? Qing Han, tell me, what happened to you all these years? Yu Qingqing was a meticulous person, so she quickly asked. Everyone looked at them curiously. Even Madame Gio was curious about how Yi Qinghan had been in the Sealed God Valley. How did he come out? Xiao He, who had just woken up, blinked his eyes curiously and listened attentively. Yi Qinghan glanced at them and saw that they were all on his side. Even the third city lord, Emperor Yi, was invited out by Madame Gio using the soul-devouring order. He exchanged a look with Madame Gio and knew that it was safe here. Then, he slowly told them everything that had happened in these years in detail. Of course, he only briefly talked about the War Imperial Palace. He didn't dare to reveal the black stone, the fact that his soul had split into two, and whether there was a lump of white cotton in his soul. However, what Yi Qinghan revealed shocked everyone present. Especially Saber Emperor and Yi Qingniu, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. The two of them had nothing to do in the city, so they joined the official army and became a squad leader. Therefore, they were very familiar with the affairs of the immortal realm. Yi Qingniu's eyes widened to a frightening degree. After a long time, he finally exhaled and asked in disbelief, Little Han, you said, you're a soul cultivator now? You have 2 7th-grade war gods and 100 soul slaves with the strength of 5th-grade war gods and above? And hundreds of thousands of experts as subordinates? You're also preparing to build a new city? You'll find out when you follow me there in the future. Let's not talk about this for now. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then, he suddenly looked at Yi Qinggu and asked a question that he had been wanting to ask since he arrived at the soul-devouring city, but didn't dare to ask. Qinggu, where is our son? I want to see him. Chapter 8:16. Son, Sihan. You've finally remembered to ask about Sihan? Yi Qinggu glanced at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness, as if she was blaming Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had been here for so long, but she only remembered to ask about Yi Sihan now. However, the moment she said this, she abruptly came to her senses, and her expression became extremely terrified. At the same time, Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing's expressions changed. Lil Han, you returned to the Flame Dragon continent? You didn't see our son? Yi Qinggu suddenly grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm, her eyes wide open, and her body began to tremble in fear. Yi Qingyu also grabbed Yi Qinghan tightly. Yu Qingqing's eyes were filled with panic and fear. Didn't he come to the God Realm? He broke through to the God Realm at the age of 20 and charged into the transportation formation alone. Grandpa Sky Dragon and Senior Shishue immediately chased after him, and the three of them were transported to the God Realm. What? Didn't Milord bring him to Soul Eater City? Yi Qinghan was also frightened. The calm temperament that she had developed over the years could no longer remain calm at this moment. She stood up with a thump and her face turned snow-white. Sihan, Sihan. Yi Qingwu also stood up, but her body went limp and she fell back down. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu hurriedly helped her up. This. How can this be? Didn't we tell the patriarch not to come to the God Realm without news of us? I'll do it. Yi Qingniu's body erupted with a berserk aura. Saber Emperor also looked worried. God damn it, what's going on? Yi Qinghan directly cursed and anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. He was completely panicked. He knew how dangerous the God Realm was. Yi Sihan was a hothead who had just broken through to the God Realm. Although Yi Tianlong had heard that he had already refined a Divine General's Divine Crystal, there was no difference between a peak Divine General and a first-layer Divine General. Yi Sihan had come to the God Realm at the age of 20, but it had been several decades since then. Yi Qinghan did not dare to think about it anymore. If anything happened to any one of them, Yi Qinghan would never forgive himself. Yi Qinghan felt like he was about to explode with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. At this time, Xiaohei also understood what was going on. He quickly waved his little paw and said to Yi Qinghan, "Boss, don't worry, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Where's my aunt? Lord Jiu, I want to see my aunt. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think." At this moment, Lord Jiu spoke indifferently. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their gazes locked onto Lord Jiu. At the same time, everyone's gazes were filled with doubt. Since Lord Devourer could welcome Yu Qingsheng and the others to Soul Devouring City, why didn't he bring Yi Sihan and the others over as well? When Yi Qinghan was in the Fire Dragon continent, he went to ask the Jade Rabbit Yu Qingsheng and the others for confirmation. That was why he did not ask for Yi Sihan's information. Madame Jiu understood what they meant. She sighed slightly, and said, "Little Han, you went to the Fire Dragon continent. I'm sure you know that Little Sihan suddenly barged into the teleportation formation." The Heaven Dragon race leader and Shi Shui race leader immediately followed. The three quickly barged into the teleportation formation and came to the God realm. When Lord received the news, it had already been a few days. Lord asked me to immediately go to the Ascension platform to welcome them, but of course, there was no one there. Then, I immediately started to investigate. During that time, the people who ascended were teleported to thousands of tribes. In the end, I searched all the tribes, but I still could not find young Master Sihan and the others. And then? Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lord Jiu. He knew in his heart that he could not blame Lord Devourer. This matter was indeed because Yi Sihan had acted too quickly and did not inform Lord Devourer through the Jade Rabbit. In his heart, however, he became even more anxious. Lord Jiu continued, "At that time, dozens of groups of people were teleported to the west of the continent near the Star Sea, the Heavenly Demon Prefecture, the 100 Battle Prefecture, and the Xiaoxiang Prefecture. However, during that time, a group of extremely powerful god bandits in the Star Sea had plundered many tribes and small cities in the 3 prefectures. Then, they charged into the Star Sea again. After I brought the news back, Lord Devourer personally went there. However, there was still no definite news of the 3. However, you can rest assured. Lord Devourer said that he could confirm that young Master Sihan is safe. Since young Master Sihan is fine, then the Heavenly Dragon tribe leader and Shi Shui tribe leader should be fine too. Why is Lord Devourer so sure that they are fine? Everyone was slightly relieved. Since Lord Devourer said that they were fine, then at least their safety was guaranteed. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully. Miss Wu should be clear about this." Lord Jiu smiled slightly and looked at Yi Qingwu. On the day that young Master Sihan was 1 month old, did he receive a black jade stone from Lord Devourer? Actually, this jade stone played a part in young Master Sihan's cultivation speed. As long as this jade stone did not break, young Master Sihan will not die. Don't worry. Yes, there was such a piece of jade. When Sihan used her blood to bind him, it suddenly disappeared into his chest. I was shocked. Yi Qingyu nodded and said, "Yes, there is such a jade. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened." Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. However, after a while, he frowned again. He slapped his head and said, "Lord Jiu, please bring me to the War God Pavilion immediately. I want to issue a bounty mission. I want to pay 1 trillion divine stones for information about the 3 of them. There are so many war gods in the divine world. We can definitely find them. Yes, bounty. We must find little Sihan." Lord Jiu mobilized the entire soul-devouring manor to find them. Little Sihan is Lord Xiaohei's nephew. Xiaohei nodded continuously. Although Yi Qinghan suddenly had a son, which made Xiaohei a little uncomfortable, he was still very anxious. He could clearly feel the urgency and pain in Yi Qinghan's heart. No need. Lord Jiu waved his hand and said, Lord Devour has issued a bounty dozens of years ago, and it's the highest bounty. Moreover, I think that Lord Devour left in such a hurry this time because he has news about young Master Sihan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not seen you in Leaping Spring City. Perhaps he feels guilty if he doesn't help you find your son. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was sure that the lord in the first private room of the auction was Lord Devour. Listening to Lord Jiu, he finally understood. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Can you send a message to Lord Devour now? I can't. Lord Jiu shook her head and said, It's because I can't. That's why I guessed that he has news about young Master Sihan. Because the jade talisman that Lord gave me can only be used in the Misty Continent. Now that I can't send a message, it means that Lord Devour has gone to another continent, or to the Star Sea. Previously, when Lord Devour went to other continents, he would tell me and the second city lord. This time, he didn't say anything. I guess he has gone to the Star Sea. Don't worry. Wait for Lord Devour to come back. Perhaps this time, Lord Devour can bring them back. Lord Jiu's words were reasonable and didn't seem to be fake. Then, she took them to the War God Pavilion on the 3rd floor to see the bounty. Indeed, Lord Devour had issued the highest bounty dozens of years ago. They knew that Lord Jiu didn't lie to them. This is, my son. Yi Qinghan looked at the picture that Lord Devour had made on the bounty. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as when he was 15 years old, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Returning to the 5th floor, Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. Tomorrow, he would take them to the Misty Continent to apply for the construction of the city. After the new city was built, if Lord Devour couldn't find Yi Sihan and the others, he would take them to find Yi Sihan and the others even if he had to cross the Star Sea. Chapter 8:17. Night fell, and the dazzling sun in the sky was replaced by the demonic moon. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the night was enchanting. On the rooftop of the city lord mansion, Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingcheng, and the other two sat in a small pavilion in the corner. The 4 of them gazed at the starry sky and the boundless wandering sea. Everyone tactfully left. Even Xiao He followed Lord Jiu, leaving space and time for the couple who had been separated for decades. Huge waves on the distant wandering sea surged towards soul-devouring city tirelessly. The position of this pavilion was very good. It was a place that the Soul Emperor had specially built in the past to look at the sea. Looking from here, one could clearly see the waves, which were like silver lines. As the tide came closer and closer, it was like a jade city and a snow-capped mountain range surging towards the sky, surging and gushing, engulfing the universe and washing away the sun. The momentum was extremely majestic. Although he could only hear the voice, he could feel that it was like a thunderclap that could shatter the heavens. The scenery was beautiful, but the atmosphere in the pavilion was inexplicably sad and bitter. The 4 of them were sad for the passing of time, sad for Yi Sihan and the others who had wandered off to who knew where, sad for fate that toyed with them. She was sad for Yi Qinghan's life, for this lonely wandering sea. Yi Qinghan looked back at his past, and his heart ached. On the day of the wedding, the Golden Horn God clan had arrived. He didn't have time to accompany his newly married wives and had been cultivating in seclusion. After the matter of the Golden Horn God clan was settled, he could only run away with his 3 wives. Although they had spent an unforgettable time together in the Purple Island, it was very short. It was not easy to kill the Divine Master too, and the world was at peace. However, he was forced to come to the God realm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed, but he had only returned to the Flame Dragon continent twice, and the time he had spent with his 3 wives added together was less than a year. Looking at the 3 pretty faces in front of him, Yi Qinghan felt how lucky he was, but how unlucky they were. If they had married an ordinary young master, perhaps they wouldn't have to endure such a long separation, and they wouldn't have to endure such a painful lovesickness. The guilt in their hearts grew stronger. Qinghan, don't think too much. It's all in the past. It's over. Yu Qingcheng was very sensible and gave Yi Qinghan's left and right shoulders to Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. At this moment, when she saw the pain that flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes, she stretched out a hand gently, grabbed his hand and said softly, Brother, we really don't blame you. Yi Qingyu raised her head and said softly. Yi Qingwu also sighed faintly. Looking at the sea of stars in the distance, she said faintly, if you want to blame someone, blame the evil heavens that play tricks on people. The three of them had been living as widows for so many years. It would be a lie if they didn't have any complaints. However, all three of them knew that they had suffered, and Yi Qinghan had suffered even more. He had abandoned his family and wife, and had come to this vast and boundless God world alone. He had carried the hopes of billions of flame dragon citizens on his back, and had roamed the God world where danger lurked in every corner. He had almost died several times. He had to swallow the bitterness, but he didn't have a place to shed his tears. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just pulled Yu Qingqing to him, hugging the three of them tightly. As he could have three wives who were so considerate, he thought that even if he had to suffer 10,000 times more, it would be worth it. Perhaps God was jealous of him for having the most perfect wives in this world. Thus, his fate had become more rough. However, he didn't know that it wasn't God that teased him. Lord Devour had arranged it discreetly. Yeah, it's over. It's over. After we're done, we will find our son. After we find our son, our family will be reunited. We won't be separated anymore. Yi Qinghan murmured in his heart. With the War Imperial Palace, he would have the strength to protect the three of them. He decided that he would bring the three of them wherever he went in the future. He didn't want to endure this pain of yearning anymore. The night gradually deepened, and the wandering sea was no longer as noisy as it was during the day. The stars in the sky were still bright. The four of them did not speak, nor did they do anything. They just leaned against each other and looked at the enchanting night sky and the sea of stars together until dawn. Phoenix Dance Mountain Range was extremely quiet recently. The demon Thearka's tens of thousands of demonic beasts were hidden outside the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. They turned into tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, watching the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain Range closely. Recently, many people had come to the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. Some people had also discovered these demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts fled the moment they were discovered. They didn't pay much attention to them. However, once they ventured a few thousand meters into the mountain range, they would be surrounded by the Yi family army that came from all directions. They would either be killed or captured alive. The Phoenix Glow Mountain Range was like a bottomless pit. Once they entered, no one would be able to come out. Recently, a few small groups of god bandits near the mountain range felt that something was amiss. They all knew that something was definitely wrong with the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. However, they didn't dare to investigate. This was because none of the scouts that they sent in had returned. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of earth-shaking sounds traveled from the center of the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. A few groups of god bandits nearby hurriedly came out of their respective caves and started to look towards the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range cautiously. What they saw scared them half to death. At the same time, they were extremely surprised. At this moment, countless god-tier formidable martial artists were flying in the skies above the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. There were more than 100,000 of them. Many formidable martial artists were emanating terrifying auras, causing them to tremble all over. What these countless martial artists were doing was even more shocking. There were countless peaks in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. At this moment, a man with lightning flashing around his body and a terrifying aura was wielding a huge battle saber. He was directly chopping off the peaks one by one. A violent saber aura shot up to the 9 heavens. Amidst the loud sounds, countless peaks started to collapse, revealing the flat soil and rocks underneath. Following that, groups of martial artists flew over and lifted up the mountain peaks that had been chopped off. Finally, with a series of earth-shaking sounds, they threw the mountain peaks into the valley in the mountain range. Within a few hours, the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain Range, which used to be filled with mountains and ravines, was now a piece of flat land. Following that, countless martial artists started to fly into the distance of the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. They covered the sky and the earth, and their aura was terrifying. These martial artists once again chopped down the mountain peaks that were tens of thousands of miles away and carried countless huge rocks over, throwing them into the Phoenix Cloud mountain range once again. Below, there were even more martial artists busily filling up the uneven areas with the rocks that had been thrown down. Supreme God Emperors. What are they doing? Heavens, aren't there only tens of thousands of god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range? When did so many of them appear? There should be more than 100,000 of them, right? These people are crazy, crazy. Could they be preparing to build a city here? Not good. Run. The few groups of god bandits who were watching from the outside were all dumbfounded. They were not surprised that a saber could chop off a mountain peak. They were not surprised that a 500,000-kilogram rock could be lifted. However, they were not surprised that the entire Phoenix Glow mountain range had been flattened in just half a day. What they were curious about was what this group of crazy martial artists were preparing to do. Not long after, they all knew what this group of people was preparing to do. The Rain Empress led a group of people and captured all of them. These hundreds of people had also become part of the construction workers. Chapter 8:18. More than 100,000 god-grade warriors and hundreds of warriors above 5th-grade war gods. How terrifying was this force? Today, it was completely verified. In just 3 days, the entire Phoenix Glow mountain range, which spanned thousands of miles, was completely razed to the ground. In just 3 days, the leveling of the foundation was completed. All the flora and fauna in the Phoenix Glow mountain range were destroyed. There were no peaks or ravines. Apart from the huge pit in the center, it was as flat as the plaza in the center of Dripping Springs City. 5 masters, the rest is up to you. The Thunder Emperor cupped his fists as he looked at the black-robed elder beside him with excitement. These 5 people were spell formation masters that Feng Qi had hired from Beacon Smoke City at an exorbitant price. Sir, you are too kind. We have been paid to do this. This is what we should do. The 5 spell formation masters fearfully returned the Thunder Emperor's greeting. The tyrannical battle prowess of the Thunder Emperor and the Yi family army shocked the few of them. Feng Qi, collect the star stones. Everyone, listen to the instructions of the masters and start setting up the formation. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand, and Feng Qi took out countless spatial rings. Piles of huge stones with strange patterns flickering with azure light appeared on the ground. Star stones. So many star stones. Sir, you are so rich and daring. With so many star stones, the power of the formation in this city can be increased by 3 times. The eyes of the 5 masters lit up at the same time. Star stones were the main material used to construct the formation and were extremely valuable. So many star stones would cost at least a few trillion divine stones. Masters, feel free to use them. As long as you can increase the power of the formation in the city, star stones will not be a problem. I still have more. The Thunder Emperor grinned. He really did not lack divine stones. Yi Qinghan had given him a few trillion divine stones. His original intention was to build a super-large city and wait for Yi Qinghan to come back and surprise him. The 5 grandmasters looked at each other. Their eyes were blazing with a fiery light. They didn't say a word and flew downwards. They began to command the troops of the Yi clan's army. They brought countless star stones and buried them in specific locations to build a great formation. Father, I'm afraid this city will be even bigger than Longyang City. In the distance, 3 beautiful figures quickly flew over. Little Firework had an excited look on his face as he shouted from afar. Yes. This city is indeed quite big. Yi Yaorao was also very emotional. Just now, they had followed the Rain Empress and walked around the surroundings. They discovered that the Thunder Emperor was preparing to build the entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range. This was a place with a radius of close to 10,000 miles. Once the city was completed, it would definitely be bigger than the Prefecture Lord City, only slightly smaller than Floating City. If you want to build it, then don't build it. If you want to build it, then build it bigger. Little Knight doesn't lack divine stones, hee hee. The Thunder Emperor chuckled, but a cold smile flashed in his eyes. The reason why he built the city so big was to let Longyang City see it. He knew very well that if he returned to Longyang City at this moment, the city would definitely belong to him in the future. However, at this moment, he did not care about it at all. He wanted to build a giant city that was much bigger than Longyang City and give those old fellows in Longyang City a hard slap in the face. Such a huge change in the Phoenix Cloud mountain range naturally could not be hidden from the nearby forces. In reality, when Feng Qi had teleported them from Dripping Springs City to Beacon Smoke City through the spatial ring, and then through Nether City towards the Phoenix Cloud mountain range, many people already knew what they wanted to do. Li Hai was the first to know. He was the first to discover that Feng Qi, Wushan, and the others had bought a large amount of materials to build the city. They had bought so many materials, if not for the fact that they had nowhere to spend them, then they were definitely going to build the city. It was just that he did not know where the city was going to be built, but now he finally knew. Wushan and Feng Qi were Yi Qinghan's servants. Only Yi Qinghan had enough divine stones to buy so many materials. So, even though Yi Qinghan had gone to Soul Eater City, Li Hai was very sure that Yi Qinghan was going to build this city. The strange fruit was obtained by Venerable Butterfly Dance from the Wandering Sea? Bullshit. Who are you trying to fool? Recalling that Yi Qinghan had first appeared in Nether City, Li Hai had more or less guessed the truth of many things. He also knew that once this truth was made public, it would completely shake the entire divine realm. The second most dangerous place in the divine realm was no longer a dangerous place. There were countless strange fruits and restrictions that could trap a 7th grade war god. At that time, it would definitely attract supreme experts from other continents to come and fight for it. But once experts from other continents came, it would definitely attract the Misty Monarch. So Li Hai decided that this news could not be spread too far. He sat in a small hall in the city lord's mansion and pondered for an entire 2 hours. Finally, he made his decision. Yi Qinghan had to die. The Li family also had to get a share of the sealed God Valley. He summoned one of his subordinates and sent this news to someone who wanted Yi Qinghan dead, young Master Tu Xie. He planned to first kill Yi Qinghan, then tell this news to Honorable Li Quan so that the Li family could get a share of the spoils. At this moment, young Master Tu Xie not only wanted Yi Qinghan dead, he even wanted to eat him alive. In this trip to Dripping Spring City, he was defeated, utterly defeated. He had lived his entire life in pride. From a young age, he was the #1 young master of Nether City. With outstanding talent, he broke through to the God King realm at the age of 18, shocking the entire continent, including Honorable Evil Moon. The moment he was accepted as a disciple by Honorable Evil Moon, he thought that he was no longer the #1 young master of Nether City, but the #1 young master of the Misty Continent. Decades passed, and he cultivated to the peak of the God King realm. His comprehension of the supreme law of time had reached a very profound level, and he was half a step into the God Emperor realm. He was very proud, but a native that ascended from a material plane shattered his pride. Back in Misty City, Honorable Evil Moon summoned him. He did not blame him for his defeat, and even his soul defense divine artifact was stolen. Instead, he consoled him. This made him even more ashamed and angry. If Honorable Evil Moon scolded him a little, he wouldn't be so angry. The moment he walked out of Honorable Evil Moon's residence, he swore to himself that he would kill Yi Qinghan, take back his soul defense divine artifact, and take back his pride and glory. When he returned to his residence, the news sent by Li Hai had arrived. He glanced at it, and his demonic eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that his chance had come. This news matched up with the information he had gathered previously. Yi Qinghan was the Fire Dragon Plains overlord, the frigid night war god. He had come out of Sealed God Valley, and the exotic fruit at the auction was his. He wanted to build a city on top of Sealed God Valley. Putting all the information together, Tu Xie realized that the hatred between him and this young Master Yi was huge. He also realized that the opportunity to kill Yi Qinghan had come. Not long after, a piece of news arrived, confirming the accuracy of his deductions. Yi Qinghan had come. He had come to Misty City. It didn't take Tu Xia much effort to figure out why Yi Qinghan had come to Misty City. He sneered, stood up, and said to the servants beside him, "Prepare the chariot, we're going to the city lord's residence." Chapter 8:19. This Misty City is so big. The teleportation array stopped flashing, and a group of people gradually appeared. Yi Qingwu exclaimed as she looked at the plaza that was hundreds of miles wide. They had lived in the Soul Eater city for so many years and were no longer country bumpkins who had just arrived in the immortal realm, but they were still shocked. Misty Monarch? Yi Qinghan did not look at the surrounding scenery, but stared at a huge statue that was hundreds of meters tall in front of the plaza. Needless to say, it was the Misty Monarch that was placed in the plaza of the Misty City. The statue was carved from a huge piece of white jade. It was so lifelike that even the faint beard on the Misty Monarch's chin could be seen clearly. The Misty Monarch's appearance was very elegant, and he had the air of a scholar. This statue was different from the one in Beacon Smoke City. It didn't give off any aura. Adding on the Misty Monarch's gentle appearance, it made people feel like they were looking at an ordinary stone, and they didn't feel any pressure at all. Something's wrong. When Yi Qinghan scanned the physiognomy of the statue, he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly came to his senses and looked at the eyes of the statue again. It seemed that the eyes had an indescribable power that attracted him. However, he did not find anything after looking for a while. Just when he was about to use his divine power to pour into the eyes, Lord Jiu, who was beside him, said, "Don't look. Your strength is too low. You will definitely faint for a few days if you look." Yi Qinghan was shocked and did not dare to look. He remembered the first time he saw the mysterious map and the eyes on the roof of the Misty Pavilion. It seemed that the eyes of the statue of the Misty Monarch definitely contained some mysteries. Lord said that unless one is a 7th grade war god, one cannot comprehend anything from this pair of eyes, and will definitely faint if they look at it. The night before, Yi Qinghan had decided to come to Floating Mist City the next day. Lord Jiu was helpless and could only accompany everyone. He didn't even have time to introduce Yi Qinghan to Soul Devouring City's second city lord and the city's elders. "Let's go, boss. What's so good about a statue? Let's go to the city lord's mansion. I'm waiting to see your new city." Xiao He stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and looked around. When he did not find anything interesting, he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. He. "Lord Jiu, where is the city lord's mansion?" Yi Qinghan nodded his head and led everyone out of the teleportation formation before turning to ask Lord Jiu. "This way." Lord Jiu pointed to the north, but his body did not move. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he waved his hand at the crowd and said, "Wait, we have met two old friends." "Old friend?" Yi Qinghan and the others raised their eyebrows. Only people from the Fire Dragon continent could be called old friends by Lord Jiu. When they followed Lord Jiu's gaze, they realized that it was indeed an old friend. In the distance, 3 martial artists were flying over. They had obviously seen the group. 2 of the 3 were extremely beautiful women. As they flew over, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. The one on the left was an extremely beautiful woman. She was dressed very skimpily and had a very sexy figure. However, Yi Qinghan instinctively felt that the terrifying aura of this beautiful woman was comparable to the Thunder Emperor. This was a supreme expert. On the right was a kind-looking old man. He was currently smiling at them. There were tears in his eyes. He was obviously very excited to see them. The woman in the middle was the most eye-catching. She was tall and had fair skin. Her figure was even more sexy than that of the supreme expert beside her. She wore a pure black, tight-fitting leather skirt, and the curves of her delicate body were extremely perfect. 2 large breasts stood tall in front of her chest, ready to burst out. Her face was even more mesmerizing than a small firework. "I can't believe I can meet this thorny lily in the immortal realm. What an apes *T, god damn it, she has a supreme expert beside her. If he has any designs on my wife, I'll be in trouble." Yi Qinghan also narrowed his eyes. He looked at the beautiful woman in the middle and the supreme expert beside her. He became slightly nervous. It's the Island Lord and Enling, Saber Emperor and Yi Qinyo naturally recognized the two at a glance. Saber Emperor grinned excitedly. He was good friends with the Island Lord of Hidden Island. This was the first time they met since they parted at the Ascension platform. It's not Enling, It's young Lady Ling, Pay attention. Her mother is the queen of the Rain Butterfly clan. She is also a stage 8 venerable. Be more polite to her. Lord Jiao hurriedly transmitted his voice to everyone after hearing Saber Emperor's words. Hidden Turtle pays respect to Cold Emperor. 3 Empresses. Lord Jiao, Saber Emperor, Green Ox, hello. The Island Lord of Hidden Island was the first to rush over. She was full of smiles and cupped her hands towards Yi Qinhan. She looked extremely excited. Then, she introduced to everyone, Ling, is the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. This is Lady Yu Pia Piao, a senior elder of the clan. Greetings, Island Lord, young Lady Ling, Lady Yu. I am Yi Qinhan. Yi Qinhan had no choice but to welcome them. He cupped his hands towards them and said politely. Young Master Yi actually recognizes me? I don't dare to accept your greeting. Now, young Master Ye's reputation has spread throughout the Star Sea. You are the #1 peerless young master of the Misty Continent. You are so powerful. Yu Pia Piao, who was at the side, smiled but didn't say anything. Enling, snorted coldly and swept a glance at Yi Qinhan. Then, she looked at Yu Qingsheng and the other two beside her and smiled. The 3 women's expressions changed slightly. Is this girl asking for a beating? Yi Qinhan cursed in his heart. He hadn't seen Enling, for dozens of years. Although she had become more beautiful, her womanly nature hadn't changed. He was very pressed for time now. Of course, he didn't have time to bother with her. His mentality was also not the same as before. He didn't have the mood to bicker with her. He smiled faintly and turned towards the Island Lord of Hidden Island and said, Young Lady Ling, must be joking. Island Lord, where are you going? The Island Lord of Hidden Island gave Enling, a meaningful glance. He was very clear about the grudge between the two. Moreover, this grudge was created by him in the past. He wanted to let Yi Qinhan suppress her. At this moment, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, Ling has finished cultivating. It was boring to stay on the island, so I specially brought her out to play. After playing in the Misty City for half a month, I originally wanted to go to the soul-devouring city to find you. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Yi Qinhan frowned. This Island Lord was an old friend after all. He specially came to find them. If he left like this, wouldn't it be a little unreasonable? However, he was really pressed for time. Moreover, with Enling, here, he didn't feel comfortable. She was no longer the little girl in the past. She had a 7th grade war god by her side. Island Lord, why don't you go to the soul-devouring city first? I will send a message to have someone receive you. We will come over after we finish our business. Lord Jiao saw that Yi Qinhan was in a difficult position. There is no need. If you are not here, it would be meaningless for us to go. Enling, also saw that Yi Qinhan was in a difficult position. Although she didn't know why he was in a difficult position, she was very happy to do anything that could make Yi Qinhan feel embarrassed. Her complexion suddenly changed. She revealed a sweet smile and blinked her eyes at Yi Qinhan and said, We are also bored and want to take a walk. How about we follow you for a stroll? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Is that okay? Young Master Yi. Chapter 820. The same trick again. Yi Qinhan knitted his brows even tighter. He had only met Enlinger once, but he had seen her ability to change her expression in an instant. Not causing trouble? It would be strange if she did not cause trouble. However, Yi Qinhan could not refuse her. After all, they were both from the Flame Dragon continent, and it was not a big conflict. Now, they came here to reminisce about the old days. Moreover, Enlinger's status was different, which made Yi Qinghan even more embarrassed. How about we two old fellows accompany you? Saber Emperor was clear that Yi Qinghan wanted to do something important and urgent. He gave the Hidden Island Lord a look and said with a smile. The Hidden Island Lord understood and quickly said, "Cold Emperor, if you really have an urgent matter, then, Grandpa." How could Ling not see through their flirting? She directly interrupted and pouted her little mouth in a pitiful manner. "Ling just doesn't have fun with you old men all day, so I came to find young noble Yi and my sisters. Young noble Yi, Ling will just follow you around. If you think that Ling is a hindrance to you, you can just tell me to leave. How about it? Young Master Yi, let the princess play with you. I guarantee that she will not cause trouble." At this time, Yu Piao, who had been standing at the side, smiled and said nothing. Damn, it is a pity that this little vixen is not an actor. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Since they had said so much, if he refused again, he would not be giving face to the Hidden Island Lord and Yu Dai. He smiled at Yu Piao and nodded, "All right, let's find a place to stay first." Under the guidance of Lord Jiu, the group walked toward the largest restaurant in the city, the Floating Fragrance Pavilion. God Emperors were common in the Floating Mist City, but 7th grade war gods were not everywhere. Yu Piao's tyrannical aura attracted the attention of the passers-by. Linger's beauty and figure, as well as Yu Qingxing's ethereal temperament, made the gazes of the passers-by stop. In the Drifting Fragrance Pavilion, Yi Qinghan asked for 2 of the best suites, one for himself and the other for Linger and the others. After making arrangements for everyone, Yi Qinghan took out his God of War robe, put on his bamboo hat, and went straight to the City Lord's mansion with Lord Jiu. The Misty City's City Lord residence was huge and had 9 floors. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, he was shocked by the noisy atmosphere inside. There were hundreds of thousands of warriors on the first floor of the City Lord's mansion. There were many races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. Moreover, it was common to see 6th grade war gods among them. There was no time to stroll around, so Yi Qinghan and Lord Jiu went straight up to the 2nd floor. Under Lord Jiu's lead, they arrived at a small hall. There were 3 golden-robed martial artists in the small hall, flipping through the documents in their hands. Yi Qinghan did not waste any time. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, my lords." "What's the matter?" One of the golden-robed martial artists put down the document in his hands and asked calmly. "I would like to apply for the construction of a city." Yi Qinghan cupped his hands again. The other 2 golden-robed martial artists raised their heads and looked at the 2 of them. They seemed a little surprised that someone had come to apply for the construction of a city. Moreover, it was 2 low-level martial artists. "Are you sure?" The martial artist who spoke just now asked. When Yi Qinghan nodded his head in affirmation, he said with a solemn expression, "Building a city is a big deal. It requires the application process of the city's prefectural city, a virtual map of the city's construction site, a payment of 1 trillion celestial stones, and the things I mentioned earlier. Are you ready?" This gave Yi Qinghan a headache. This golden-robed messenger had listed a lot of things that made Yi Qinghan's head spin. Yi Qinghan did not have any of these things. He did not know anything about building a city, nor did Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress. Lord Jiu was even more clueless. He had thought that there would be nothing else after paying the required amount of celestial stones. "My lord, do you think you can apply for it first? Can you make up for these things later? I can pay double the amount of celestial stones as collateral." Yi Qinghan smiled and cupped his hands again as he spoke earnestly. "Where do you think this is? Collateral? It's useless even if you get a prefectural governor to do so. If there is nothing else, please leave." The golden-robed messenger sneered and waved his hand, indicating that the 2 of them should not disturb his work. "My lord," Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and prepared to send a telepathic message. He wanted to throw another trillion celestial stones at the 3 of them to see if this would work. However, Lord Jiu waved his hand, indicating that Yi Qinghan should not speak. He leisurely took out a black token and slapped it on the table. This thing. Is it enough as collateral? The three of them were enraged. They wanted to yell and ask someone to throw them out. However, when they saw Lord Zhou's hand move away and reveal a black token, they shut their mouths immediately. They kneeled down on one knee and greeted Lord Zhou respectfully. Greetings, my Lord Messenger. Yi Qinghan was also startled. Was this token that awesome? He glanced at it and was startled. There were two big words on the token, ethereal. Only the token of the ethereal city could make the staff of the ethereal city kneel down in fear. But he did not know what level this token was at. It seemed that Lord Devour and the ethereal monarch were somehow related. Can you apply for this thing in advance? Lord Zhou retrieved the token and asked faintly. She understood the power of this token. It was also the reason why she had accompanied Yi Qinghan to the ethereal city alone. With this token, no one in any city would dare to touch them. Yes, of course, we can. The three of them had cold sweat on their faces. Now, they knew why the two of them dared to apply for the construction of the city with their low realms. They knew why the two of them didn't know anything and hadn't prepared anything. The golden-robed messenger smiled warmly. He walked out and said, "My lords, please sit down. Someone, bring some good tea." The other two messengers also walked out, standing aside respectfully. Their attitude had changed several hundred times, and they were extremely good now. After the tea was served, the messenger served it personally. Then, he said respectfully, "We can apply for it in advance. Although it's not the first time, you have the monarch's order. Of course, it's not a problem. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended you two lords. I hope you don't blame me." Monarch's order. Yi Qinghan was shocked, his eyes looking at Lord Zhou. This monarch's order, is it the ethereal monarch's token? Lord Zhou smiled but didn't explain. She waved her hand and said to the three messengers, "It's okay. Go do your thing." Okay. The three messengers didn't care about the two of them, so they let out a sigh of relief and ran back. When they were about to approve the application, they received a message that put them in a difficult position. It was from Lord Tu Xie. He sounded very overbearing. He asked the three messengers to delay the application for the Three Moon Queen. The ethereal monarch didn't care about worldly affairs. There were 5 venerables under him. The great venerable had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, so everything was managed by Evil Moon the Venerable. Evil Moon the Venerable's favorite disciple was ordering them. Of course, it was very difficult. In the end, the leader of the messengers, after weighing the pros and cons, decided not to offend the two sides too much. He cupped his hands and said to Lord Zhou, "My lord, please fill in some simple information. We will report it to our superiors, and the application will be approved in a month." Chapter 8:21. Why is it taking so long? Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows and his expression turned cold. He and the Thunder Emperor had estimated that it would take at most half a month. With over 100,000 warriors, the city would be built in half a month. At that time, they could just bring the city building order back and everything would be fine. But now, they needed a month? A month was not a long time, but many things could happen. Yes. Shorten it a little. Lord Zhou also understood Yi Qinghan's worries. Lord Devour was not here. If he was here, then there would be nothing to worry about. My two lords, building a city is a big matter. It needs to be recorded. If we go according to normal procedures, it will take at least a few years. Right now, we are all under a lot of pressure. If we go any faster, we won't be able to do anything. The golden-robed emissary gritted his teeth and could only endure it. Although this token represented one person, this person did not care about anything, and young Master Tu Xie could easily kill them. All right. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He also knew that his thinking was too simple. He stood up and filled in the information with the 3 emissaries. After spending half an hour and paying 1 trillion divine stones, they received a city-building order and returned to the Drifting Fragrance Pavilion. After the two of them left, young Master Tu Xia walked out from the passage inside. He picked up the information that Yi Qinghan had filled in and looked through it. He did not blame the three emissaries too much. He only reminded them not to say a word about this matter and floated away. Building a city. I'll let you build a city. Young Master Tu Xia returned to his residence at the fastest speed. The matter had been confirmed, and everything was clear. Tu Xia's mood was incomparably good. Although it was not convenient for him to show himself, the Sealed God Valley was enough for him to do a lot of things. The strange fruits and treasures in the Sealed God Valley were coveted by countless experts. He thought that as long as the news was released, countless experts would definitely gather at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Although the iron law of the divine world forbade killing, this iron law outside the city was regarded as a piece of paper by almost all experts. As long as the city-building order wasn't issued, the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range was a wilderness, and anyone could do whatever they wanted there. Grand Elder Tu Hua, go to the Golden Horn Mansion and tell the crippled emperor that if he misses this chance, he won't have another chance to kill Yi Qinghan. After that, go to the Heavenly Demon Mansion and tell young Master Lien Hua that Yi Qinghan is planning to build a city in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. He knows what to do. Tu Xia sneered and became very excited. He waved his hand and said to another Grand Elder, Grand Elder Tu Shan, go and invite the Patriarch to come out of seclusion. Tell him to pay a visit to Feng Yen Prefecture Lord Xiang Di. Xiang Di has always been very interested in Sealed God Valley. I think he will be even more interested this time. Someone, send this news to Dragon Sun Manor, 100 Battles Manor, and Blood Moon Manor. Remember, don't do it yourself. Arrange for someone to send the news to the peerless young masters of their mansions anonymously. They will know what to do. As Tu Xia issued one order after another, his demonic eyes shone brighter and brighter. An event that was about to shock the entire continent was about to happen under his own arrangements. He really enjoyed the feeling of planning strategies and deciding the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. Recently, Yi Qinghan's mind was a little uneasy. He seemed to feel that something big was about to happen. However, the message he sent to Lei Zhen was that everything was normal. The city was about to be built, and it was just waiting for his city-building order. Bored, he wandered around the city with the three ladies, Yin Air. Yin Air was really obedient. Although she often mocked and ridiculed him, she didn't do anything out of line. Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to argue with her. He kept an eye on the progress of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range while waiting for Lord Devourer to return and the city-building order. After staying in the Misty City for 20 days, the Misty Fragrance Pavilion welcomed two special guests, Li Shui Heir and Li He City Lord. The moment Xiao He saw Li Shui Heir, he didn't hesitate and dashed into the room, just like a mouse that had seen a cat. However, before he could activate the protective cover of the room, Li Shui Heir smashed the door with a punch. Xiao He didn't care anymore. He smashed the protective cover of the window and dashed out of the city. Li Shui Heir followed him closely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Madame Jiao hurried to chase after them. She was worried about Xiao He's safety. Li He City Lord gave Yi Qinghan a strange look. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and wanted to explain to Li He City Lord. Unexpectedly, a message that came from the communication token made his expression change instantly. Ignoring Li he shouted at Madame Jiao, who had just walked out of the door. Madame Jiao, hurry up and chase after Xiao He. We're in big trouble. Hurry up. Don't ask so many questions. After you catch him, go straight to the transportation formation. Qingsheng, Little Yu, Little Wu, Grandpa Green Bull, Saber Emperor, hurry up and enter Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and a golden door appeared in the room. He shouted at the few people who were in a daze. The few people quickly came to their senses. Without asking so many questions, they entered Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan then cupped his hands at the island lord of Li He's hidden island, Yu Pia Piao, and Yin He said bitterly, everyone, I have urgent matters to attend to. I won't accompany you. I'll take my leave first. I'll make it up to you in the future. After saying that, Yi Qinghan flew out of the protective cover of the room that Xiao He had broken and headed for the public square. Little brother Yi, aren't you treating me like an outsider? Wait for me. Li He was stunned by Yi Qinghan, but instantly understood that something must have happened to Yi Qinghan. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to do him a favor? He hurried to fly out. This misty city is very boring. Let's go and have some fun. Ling yawned. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful five-colored wings appeared on her back. She immediately followed. Yu Piao laughed bitterly and chased after them with the island lord. When Yi Qinghan flew to the teleportation circle, Lord Jiu had already brought Xiao He and Li Shuai. They were waiting beside the teleportation circle. Yi Qinghan did not waste any time. He let Xiao He enter the beast space. Then, the city building order appeared in his hand. He handed it to Lord Jiu and said, "Something happened over there. I'll go over first. When the things here are out, please send them to me immediately. Miss Shuai, I'll explain to you later." After saying that, Yi Qinghan threw a god stone crystal card to the guard of the teleportation circle. He immediately stepped into the teleportation circle to Beacon Smoke City. Without waiting for Li He and Ling to catch up, he shouted to the guard, "Activate the teleportation circle." That's right. Yi Qinghan wanted to rush back to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range immediately. Thunder Emperor sent a message. There was movement near the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. Many experts had appeared. Moreover, there was an endless stream of experts rushing over. It was very likely that they were going to attack the city. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of attacking the city. Even if it was breached, it was fine. At most, he would retreat back to Sealed God Valley. Most importantly, as the owner of Sealed God Valley, he had to return. As long as Yi Qinghan could return, as long as they dared to enter, even if it was a grade 8 venerable, he could make them kneel. If he did not return and the city was breached, no one would control the restriction in Sealed God Valley. If it was forcefully breached, it would be a huge loss. Li He, what happened? Li Shuai, looked at the teleportation circle light up. Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared into the teleportation circle with a solemn expression. She quickly asked Li He. I don't know either. However, I know that young Master Yi must have encountered some trouble. Li He shook her head and said. Then what are we waiting for? Follow him immediately. If it really doesn't work, I will send a message to my father. Li Shuai, was anxious. When the teleportation circle light dimmed, she immediately stepped onto the teleportation circle. Li He also followed. To Li He and Li Shuai, it was not a big deal. At most, they would send a message to honor Li Quan. Everything would be settled. Wait. Let's go too. I think we might be able to help Yi Qinghan. A few figures rushed in. It was Ling, and the others. Li Shuai, didn't care anymore. She directly threw a piece of God Stone crystal card over and shouted, "Activate the teleportation circle." Madame Jiu didn't follow. Instead, she turned around and flew towards another teleportation circle. She knew what Yi Qinghan meant. Something had happened to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. Although she wasn't sure what had happened, Madame Jiu felt that it was right to return to Soul-Devouring City to gather troops first. Chapter 822. When Li Shuai and the others teleported to Beacon Smoke City, they saw Yi Qinghan's back disappear into another small teleportation formation. They quickly chased after him. They didn't ask where Yi Qinghan was teleporting to. When the light of the teleportation formation dimmed, they immediately followed. When they teleported to Nether City, they found that Yi Qinghan was already gone. Li Shuai, was anxious, but Li He City Lord scanned with his divine senses and immediately discovered Yi Qinghan's figure. He immediately grabbed Li Shuai, and sprinted forward while shouting, "Follow me." Yu Piao smiled faintly and led Ling, and the Hidden Islands Island Lord out of the city. Yi Qinghan's speed was fast, but he still couldn't outrun Li He and Yu Piao. It didn't take long for them to catch up. Yi Qinghan looked back in alarm and smiled bitterly. He didn't stop and asked, "Why are you following me? It's dangerous here." "What's so dangerous? Isn't Uncle Li He here? What happened to Big Brother Yi? Do you want me to send a message to my father?" Li Shui'er said carelessly, as though she was not afraid of anything. Yin Linger snorted, dissatisfied with Yi Qinghan's overreaction. She said with disdain, "Young Master Yi, are you looking down on me? Elder Yu Piao's speed is comparable to an 8th grade war god. How many people on the Misty Continent can catch up to her? Even those who can catch up to her know my mother. The Misty Continent is not dangerous to me." Yu Piao smiled faintly and a pair of huge 5-colored wings appeared on her back. She turned around and brought Yin Linger and the Island Lord to Nether City. In the next second, they appeared outside of Nether City. Even with their eyesight, they could only see a small dot. When they could see clearly, a strong wind shot over like lightning. Yu Piao's figure appeared in front of Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. This place was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Nether City. Yu Piao's speed was shocking. "Mr. Yi, do you have any other questions?" A trace of pride flashed through Yin Linger's eyes. The Rain Butterfly clan was most proud of their speed. Their ability to escape was top-notch. In the Misty Continent, there was no danger at all. "All right, follow me." Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. These young ladies of the super clans really had nothing better to do. Yi Qinghan turned into a gust of wind, and his figure gradually faded away. He took a step forward, and in the next second, he had already appeared tens of thousands of meters away. Li He and Li Shui'er had seen this speed before. However, this was the first time Yin Linger and the others had seen such a thing, and they couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. It seemed that the number 1 young master of the floating mist continent had his own unique traits. The 3 of them sprinted towards the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. Li He and Li Shui'er had more or less guessed where Yi Qinghan was going. However, they didn't know why Yi Qinghan was going to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. After flying for an hour, Yi Qinghan stopped. He waved his hand, and a golden door appeared. He said to Grand Elder Yu Piao, "Time is pressing. Island Lord, can you enter the unfettered pavilion? I'll ask Lord Yu to bring me along. My speed is still too slow." Yu Piao nodded, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island flashed into the misty pavilion. Li Shui'er and Yin Linger also went in. This way, the 3 of them could travel faster. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Yu Piao and Li He started to travel at full speed. The 3 of them didn't rush towards the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range directly. Instead, they flew towards the left for a few hundred miles. Then, they made a detour and flew towards the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. Yu Piao and Li He flew at full speed. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Previously, Lei Zhen only used 60% of his speed, and it took him 3 days to reach the Nether City. Now, the 3 of them only needed a little more than a day to see the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range from afar. "Wait!" Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. Yu Piao and Li He quickly stopped. However, the 2 of them didn't look at Yi Qinghan. Instead, they looked at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range in shock. Even Yi Qinghan was slightly shocked. The Phoenix Cloud Mountain range in the distance could no longer be called a mountain range. It was because there was an incomparably majestic city standing on the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range. The green city walls were a few hundred meters tall, and the entire city was wrapped in a huge green shield. The green gate was like the southern heavenly gate of the ancient heavenly court. It was extraordinary. On the gate, there were 3 big words written in calligraphy, telling everyone that another super city had been built. Li He took a look at the city wall and roughly knew the layout of the city. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said, "Fire Dragon City? Someone actually built a huge city on the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range? This city seems to be bigger than Dripping Springs City. Which family has such wealth and courage?" Yes, someone actually dares to build a new city on the second most dangerous place on the continent? Does he have so many god stones that he has nowhere to spend them? Isn't he afraid that the next challenge will be built for someone else? Upia Piao was also shocked. Her beautiful face was filled with a huge question mark. Actually, I built this city. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. He didn't expect Lei Zhen to build such a huge city. Moreover, he just casually said that it was called Fire Dragon City, and Lei Zhen really named it Fire Dragon City, hee hee. Li He chuckled as if he had expected it. Upia Piao opened her mouth slightly. She was getting more and more interested in this number one young master, Yi Qinghan. Let's go in first. I have already sent a message to them to open the shield. Yi Qinghan smiled. He was very excited. He had finally built a city that belonged to him. As long as he could protect this city, the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent would have their own territory. When they ascended to the immortal realm, they would no longer have to worry about all kinds of dangers. This was his route, the route of the Fire Dragon continent. Indeed, as soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the green shield above the city flashed and disappeared. Li He and Upia Piao didn't hesitate. Their figures flashed and they entered the city. Yi family army greets Yi Di. When Yi Qinghan appeared in the city, the barrier was activated once again. Countless cultivators flew up from the plaza in the city and knelt down on one knee in mid-air as they shouted loudly. Little Yi. Qinghan. Little man. Big brother Yi. At the same time, Thunder Monarch and Rain Empress brought Yi Yao Rao and Lei Yanhua into mid-air. They looked at Yi Qinghan with joy. Comrades. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. When Yi Qinghan saw this scene, he almost said something wrong again. He looked around and realized that the entire city was incomparably majestic and huge. Although many of the buildings had yet to take shape, just by looking at the layout and structure, as long as Yi Qinghan was given enough time, he would definitely be able to make the new city grow and eventually become a super city that could rival Dripping Spring City. Uncle Lei Zhen, let the Yi family army return to their positions. Let's find a place to talk first. Let me introduce you. This is Li He City Lord. Rain Empress should have met him before. This is Elder Upia Piao, the strongest of the Rain Butterfly clan. Big brother Li He, Lord Yu, this is. Although Yi Qinghan was very excited, he didn't lose his composure. He quickly introduced them to each other. Lei Zhen Empress and Li He and Upia Piao quickly exchanged pleasantries. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Lei Zhen and Rain Empress were surprised that Yi Qinghan's background was getting bigger and bigger. It was just a trip to grief and indignation, but he even had connections with the Rain Butterfly clan. Li He and Upia Piao, on the other hand, were astonished. How could the continent's number one young master be considered a young master when there were more than 100,000 Yi clan soldiers just now? Even a great clan wouldn't have as many powerful subordinates as he did. Chapter 823. As the four of them exchanged greetings, Yi Qinghan knocked on the door of Carefree Pavilion and transmitted his voice to Yu Qingcheng and the others to come out. Unexpectedly, the first one to come out was Xiao He, followed by Li Shuai, who was holding a shining divine sword. She ignored everyone else and continued to chase after Xiao He. She had probably caused a ruckus inside again. The third to come out was Yin When Yin came out, her beauty and figure made Lei Zhen and the others shudder. However, when Yin saw little smoke, her eyes lit up, causing Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen to frown. Little Han, is this your new city? Yi Qingwu came out and looked at the new city that was still under construction. She couldn't believe it. Then, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingniu, and the others were also shocked. Although they all knew that Yi Qinghan was building a city, they were still shocked when they saw it. Especially when the city looked bigger than Soul Eater City. Big brother Yi. Who are these four beautiful sisters? Little Smoke instinctively felt that the relationship between the four of them and Yi Qinghan was not normal. Although she knew that Yi Qinghan had wives, she didn't expect him to have so many. The Rain Empress glanced at Yi Qinghan subconsciously. Hee, then. Uncle Lei Zhen, let's go to a more convenient place to talk. Yi Qinghan was extremely embarrassed. This was really hard to answer. He couldn't introduce them to Yu Qingcheng and the others. This is a woman who has been with me for many years in the immortal realm. This is a friend with benefits with me. This little girl is interested in me, and I'm not ready to make a move yet. Let's go and take a look at our newly built city lord's mansion. Lei Zhen hurriedly saved the situation and led everyone to a huge building at the side of the plaza. The layout of the entire Flame Dragon city was based on the design of the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was built as soon as it was built outside the city. With 5 master formation architects and more than 100,000 family soldiers, the construction of the city was quite fast. God-rank martial artists were all experts who could overturn the heavens and the seas. A small matter like building a house was not difficult for them. The city lord manor was mighty and imposing, but it was clear that time was tight. There was no time to decorate, so it was a bit impatient. No one paid much attention to it. It had only been less than a month, and it was already commendable to be built to this extent. Lei Zhen led everyone to a super large hall on the top floor. Gorgeous furniture had already been arranged in the hall. Although the walls were empty, they were still clean. Yao Rao, Little Firework, Shou Qingcheng and Miss Ling are around. I have something to discuss with Uncle Lei Zhen. As soon as Yi Qinghan sat down, he waved his hand and told the group of women to go play by themselves. Since it was not easy to introduce them, then there was no need to do so. They could introduce themselves. Sisters, let Yao Rao show you around. Yi Yao Rao was very sensible and obediently bowed to Yu Qingcheng and the others. She even put on a very humble attitude and called them sisters. Yi Qingwu angrily glared at Yi Qinghan, but she didn't flip out. Yu Qingcheng always had the demeanor of a matriarch. Moreover, her temperament was out of this world. She smiled gently at Yi Qinghan and said, "All right, I'll have to trouble little sister then." Yi Qinghan pretended not to see anything. After the women left, he turned to Lei Zhen and said, "What's the situation now? We are all on the same side. Don't worry and speak. Demonic the Arch, tell us what you have found out." Lei Zhen turned to look at the demonic the Arch who was sitting below him. The demonic the Arch had always been in charge of intelligence. He had countless demonic beasts under his command. It was like the demonic the Arch had countless eyes and could easily find out the situation outside the city. Reporting to Yi Qinghan. The demonic the Arch stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Qinghan and said, "2 groups of supreme experts have appeared in the northern direction outside the city. Among them, there are 3 7th-grade war gods, 33 6th-grade war gods, and more than 365th-grade war gods. There is a group of experts in the southern part of the city. There are 2 7th-grade war gods, 26 6th-grade war gods, and more than 235th-grade war gods. There is also a group of experts in the western part of the city. There are 1 7th-grade war god, 21 6th-grade war gods, and more than 285th-grade war gods." So many, Yi Qinghan sucked in a breath of cold air. There were 6 7th-grade war gods, close to 100 6th-grade war gods, and nearly 1,000 5th-grade war gods. If there were only these people attacking the city, Yi Qinghan would not be afraid. Including Li He and Piao Piao, there were 6 7th-grade war gods on their side. Moreover, the Thunder Emperor was at the peak of 7th grade. The Rain Empress and Li He were both soul cultivators. The number of 6th grade and 5th grade war gods was also more than the number of people outside. However, this was only the number of people that could be detected on the surface. What if there were still hidden experts? Moreover, these people were not attacking the city now. This meant that they were probably waiting for reinforcements. If more experts came, then this matter would be in danger. "Little Yi, I think the news of us building the city was leaked in advance. Perhaps there are people secretly investigating us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered so many people in such a short time." Lei Zhen's mouth was slightly bitter. This fiery dragon city had cost him a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. If it was conquered just like that, he would definitely go crazy. He would also become the laughingstock of those old fellows in Longyang City. Yi Qinghan's expression was grave. Originally, he thought that even if the city was destroyed, it would be fine. He could directly enter the Apotheosis Valley. At the worst, he could just wait for the city creation order to arrive and then rebuild the city. Now that he had returned, he found that the city had already been built. When he saw the 3 words, Fiery Dragon City, he felt that this city had already fused with his blood. He definitely wouldn't give up until the last moment. After muttering to himself for a moment, his eyes shone with determination. He said to Lei Zhen, "Uncle Lei Zhen, the city creation token will arrive in 9 days. Do you have the confidence to defend for 9 days? If it's just the people outside, we can rely on this formation to defend ourselves. If more experts come, then I can't guarantee anything. If a venerable expert comes to attack the city, then there will be no hope at all." Lei Zhen was very clear about how serious the situation was. The news of the Apotheosis Valley had definitely been leaked. Now, it was obvious how many experts were attacking the city. "Little man, can you send a message to the Venerable in the number 1 private room of the auction house to help? If she can come, then this city will be absolutely safe," the Rain Empress said leisurely. She calmly looked at Li He and asked about Yi Qinghan. Her words were very skillful. "Number 1 private room?" Yi Qinghan shook his head and helplessly sighed. "That lord isn't in the floating continent right now, and I can't contact him. If he comes, then there definitely won't be a problem." Haha. Li He, who had been sitting silently, suddenly laughed. He waved his hand at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little brother Yi, what's the rush? Madame Jia Wu isn't here, but our venerable is here. Tell young lady Shui, heir to send a message that our venerable might bring people over. If our venerable comes, who would dare to attack?" After Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. If Venerable Li Quan brought people over, this city would indeed be able to be defended. However, the experts outside were definitely Palace Lord level figures. Would Venerable Li Quan offend so many people for him? Yi Qinghan asked hesitantly, "Big brother Li He, will Venerable Li Quan come?" "There's no harm in trying." Li He smiled mysteriously and didn't give a definite answer. This matter was very serious, and he obviously didn't have the right to give an answer. Young Master Yi. At this moment, something even stranger happened. Yu Piao, who had been silent since she came in, also spoke. "Actually, you can try to convince our little princess. If she is willing to send a message back, our venerable might come as well. Our venerable dotes on her the most." Chapter 824. Yu Piao's words shocked Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress once again. Even Yi Qinghan was baffled. Li He had a good relationship with Yi Qinghan, so it was normal for him to do him a favor. What was the relationship between Yu Piao and Yi Qinghan? Her words sounded like she was begging Yi Qinghan to open his mouth so that Yi Qinghan would do her a favor. Yi Qingmiu, Blade Emperor and the Island Lord of Hidden Island, had not said a word since they left the carefree pavilion. They did not dare to say anything. They knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful now, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. They knew what a supremacy meant. That was a person who could reach the heavens. Yi Qinghan actually had the ability to invite a supremacy. Was this still the 7th son of the Yi family? Was this still their Frost Emperor? Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was chatting and laughing with several 7th-grade warriors, they were a little dazed. It was as if they were not looking at Yi Qinghan, but an overlord, a supreme expert. The Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor were also secretly shocked. Although this master's realm was low, the power behind him seemed to be very powerful. He was always talking about this supremacy and that supremacy, and calling 2 7th-grade war gods brothers. He was very comfortable. Could it be that their master's true identity was actually the son of the Misty Mountain Lord? Things were almost settled. After asking the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress to take good care of Li He and Yu Piao, Yi Qinghan stood up and walked outside, ready to ask Li Shui'er and Yin Linger for help. After flying around the city, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with the Thunder Emperor's design. The city was also divided into 4 districts. The north was the main city district, where their own people lived. The east and west sides were empty and had not been built. They would be built by warriors or families who planned to settle here in the future. The south was the trade and entertainment district, which was already under construction. This was a good place to earn divine stones. The annual rent was a large amount of divine stones. As for the teleportation formation in the plaza, it hadn't been built yet. They had to go to Floating City to apply for it and wait for the people there to build it. Not long after, they found Xiao He and the others. Xiao He was lying on Yi Qingyu's shoulder, winking at Li Shuai, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Yao Rao, Yin Ling, and the others seemed to be getting along well. Everyone flew slowly in the city, observing the bustling construction. Miss Shuai, Yi Qinhan and the others flew over and smiled at the crowd. However, he did not approach them. Instead, he said to Li Shuai, "Can I have a word with you? I need your help with something." Li Shuai, glared at Xiao He angrily. She sheathed her sword and flew towards Yi Qinhan. Yi Qinhan opened the door of Misty Mist Pavilion and let Li Shuai, in. Then, he followed her in. Although everyone in the city could be considered as his own people, Yi Qinhan decided to keep it a secret just in case. "Miss Shuai, can you do me a favor and send a message to your father? Ask him to help me defend the city. In the future, I am willing to give 20% of the exotic fruits in Apotheosis Valley to the Li family. Right now, there are 6th grade 7th grade war gods outside, close to 100 6th grade war gods." Yi Qinhan greeted Elder Lu, who was guarding the Misty Mist Pavilion, and went straight to the point. He also told Li Shuai, about the situation in Flame Dragon City and all the information about the enemies outside without hiding anything. "I can't make the decision on this. I will send the information over. I think it is very likely that my father will bring people over." Li Shuai, originally thought that Yi Qinhan had only encountered some small trouble. She did not expect it to be experts from several prefectures who were preparing to attack the new city built by Yi Qinhan. This matter was a little serious. Of course, she did not dare to speak carelessly. She could only try to put in a good word for Yi Qinhan. After the two of them left, Li Shuai, immediately took out her messaging jade talisman and began to send messages. Not long after, Honorable Li Quan sent a message. He said that he needed to convene a meeting of the patriarchs. After all, this matter was of great importance and might cause a chaotic war between several prefectures. Yi Qinhan heaved a sigh of relief. Honorable Li Quan immediately replied and even said that he needed to convene a meeting of the patriarchs. This meant that he attached great importance to this matter and there was a high chance that he would bring people over. In order to prevent any accidents, Yi Qinhan smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands at Yin Ling, and said, "Miss Ling, can I have a word with you?" To Yi Qinghan's surprise, Yin Ling, actually nodded and directly flew into the carefree pavilion. She even gave Yi Qinghan an extremely alluring smile. "We are talking business, talking business." Looking at the meaningful smiles on Yi Qinggu and the others, Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands and explained with a bitter smile. Then, under the increasingly unfathomable gazes of the crowd, he fled, causing a wave of laughter. "Young Master Yi, why did you invite me in? A man and a woman alone. Could it be that you have some improper thoughts?" Yin Ling, leisurely sat in the hall of the carefree pavilion and played with a spirit fruit on the table. She winked at Yi Qinhan, causing Yi Qinhan, who had just appeared, to almost stumble and fall on his butt. "Miss Ling, you must be joking. How would I dare?" Yi Qinhan had a vague feeling that it was not a good idea to meet Yin Ling alone. "Hee, young Master Yi, you are too modest. I don't know what you don't dare to do." Yin Ling's large eyes blinked. Her snow-white breasts were even more alluring. As she spoke, she kept playing with the spirit fruit in her hand, causing the two big weapons on her chest to tremble. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly became incomparably awkward. He cursed in his heart. "Didn't I slap you twice and peek at your big breasts?" It has been so many years, but he still remembers it. A woman's breasts are big, but her chest is not necessarily big. Miss Ling, I was wrong. I will apologize to you, okay? Let's talk business first, okay? If this matter succeeds, you can tell me any conditions you have. Since he was asking for help, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to put down his temper and apologize. Yin Ling's eyes revealed a sly light. She opened her mouth and bit the spirit fruit. Her red lips and white teeth were incomparably attractive. She slowly swallowed the spirit fruit and said faintly, "Speak. Please send a message to your mother and ask her to bring people to help defend the city. As long as this city can be saved, I can give the Rain Butterfly clan 10% of the spirit fruits in Sealed God Valley. The current situation outside the city is like this." Yi Qinghan explained in detail to Yin Ling. After Yin Ling listened, she muttered to herself, which made Yi Qinghan happy. In his heart, he thought that Yin Ling was seriously considering the pros and cons of this matter. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Yin Ling suddenly opened her mouth. "I can help you with this. Of course, the condition is that you must let that little firework play with me for a few days. How about it? F***ck. Yi Qinghan's eyes darkened and he almost fell down from his chair. He stood up and coldly said, "I didn't say anything just now. Miss Ling, let's go. One day is fine. Young Master Yi, don't be so stingy. I can see that little girl has a good impression of you. How about the three of us play together?" Yin Ling didn't get up from her chair. Her eyes blinked and her eyelashes fluttered as she gave another suggestion. "Miss Ling, please remember our identities. If you say such things again, I will fall out with you." Although Yi Qinghan was very tempted by Yin Ling's suggestion, he still decisively rejected it. If this were to reach Lei Zhen's ears, wouldn't he tear him apart? "Hee, don't be angry. My dear young Master Yi, it was just a joke. There is no need to be so serious." Yin Ling stood up and swayed her plump buttocks. She reached out her lily-white hand and patted Yi Qinghan's chest. Then, her expression turned serious as she said, "How about this? You owe me 3 favors. I will ask you to do 3 things in the future. Of course, they will be within your capabilities and won't be too excessive. What do you think?" "What kind of things?" Yi Qinghan vigilantly asked. Yin Ling smiled sweetly and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later." "All right." Yi Qinghan helplessly sighed. Since he had decided to defend Fiery Dragon City, it was worth it to pay a little bit. If Yin Ling's request was too excessive, he could still refuse. Yin Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of success. After walking out of the gate of the free and unfettered pavilion, she giggled and transmitted her voice, "Very well, go and send the message right away. However, I can't guarantee that my mother will come. She is a bit busy these days, damn." Yi Qinghan's legs turned soft again. He felt as if he had been played by this devilish woman. Chapter 825. The arrangements were more or less done. They just had to wait for the heavens arrangement. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan ordered the demon Arch to mobilize all the low-tiered demonic beasts and began to secretly observe the movements and personnel of the experts outside. They also began to analyze which prefecture these experts came from the demon Thearcha's intelligence. With all the information and Li He, who knew all the major families of the continent like the back of his hand. The identity of the martial artists outside was easily confirmed. Xiang Di of Beacon House, Yang Di of Hundred Battles House, Empress Lian of Heavenly Demon House, and someone who made Lei Zhen's face turn ashen. The ancestor of the Lei family of Longyang Prefecture, Lei Kuang, Mad Emperor. Lei Zhen's ancestor. The Lei family and Beacon House each sent 2 7th-grade war gods. The Lei family had the most 6th and 5th-grade war gods. Lei Zhen estimated that almost all the experts of the Lei family had come. In less than half a day, the Beast Emperor reported that another group of experts had come. There were 3 7th-grade war gods, more than 100 6th-grade war gods, and more than 500 fifth-grade war gods. Lei Zhen, Li He, and the others were astonished when they heard the news. Needless to say, this group of people belonged to the prefecture master's family. All the experts of the family were mobilized. It was not strange that the sealed God Valley could attract so many superfamilies. However, the Lei family and this family had mobilized all their experts, which was strange. No matter how good a treasure was, it was just a treasure. However, the prefectures were their roots. How could they not leave some experts in their families? Golden Horn Prefecture? Hee hee. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He knew why this family was so impulsive. When the Beast Emperor's news came, they knew that the invaders were the experts of the Golden Horn Divine Clan, and the leader was the crippled emperor. The two horns of the Golden Horn Divine Clan were too easy to recognize. The crippled emperor had turned out in full force. Needless to say, they were after the 12th godly sword of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Knight Emperor, Lords. All the experts are gathering towards the north. Their people are guarding the north. My people cannot approach. While everyone was confused, the Beast Emperor opened his eyes and reported. All of you, get out. I think they are preparing to attack. Lei Zhen stood up, and the aura around his body began to condense. His killing intent was overwhelming, and it was obvious that he was prepared for a big battle. The Lei clan seemed to have completely broken his heart. The Rain Empress and Demon Sovereign Yi Qinghan immediately followed suit. Li He also stood up immediately. He was very clear that even if he stood out, no one would dare to kill him. At most, he would be crippled. Since that was the case, why not sell a favor to Yi Qinghan? What made Yi Qinghan puzzled was that Yu Piao did not hesitate and immediately followed. For some reason, it was obvious that she wanted to help them to the end. All Yi family army, assemble. Those above 5th grade war god will gather at the north of the city. Those below 5th grade war god will gather at the plaza. Everyone flew out of the plaza. Yi Qinghan's divine power revolved around him as he shouted. Since they were prepared to defend to the death, they had to be prepared. At Yi Qinghan's command, countless martial artists soared into the air. The lower rank 5 martial artists in the city who were constructing also gathered in the square. The Flame Dragon City was slightly smaller than the Misty City, but the square was even bigger. In fact, the entire square was covered with a huge array formation. That was because the entrance to the Sealed God Valley was right below the square. Yi Qinghan was prepared to let these lower-level martial artists enter the Sealed God Valley if the situation turned for the worse. After all, in a battle of this level, they would not be able to help. Countless people instantly gathered in the square. The North City was also filled with experts and demonic beasts. In total, there were more than 2,000 people. These were all upper-rank 5 martial artists and demonic beasts. Their combat power was definitely comparable to that of a super family. Li He and Yu Piao were shocked again. They were extremely puzzled as to how Yi Qinghan was able to subdue such a powerful army. A young divine king actually had subordinates that were comparable to an overlord. Even many prefecture masters could not compare to him. This was truly an inconceivable matter. Yi Qinghan and the rest also flew over. Li Shuai, Yinling, and Yu Qingqing also knew the seriousness of the matter. They did not dare to make a fuss and flew over obediently, following beside Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had instructed them that once the battle started, they were to follow him immediately. Following him would definitely guarantee their safety. The atmosphere in the entire Flame Dragon City began to condense. There was no wind in the city, but everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Boom! Boom! At this moment, there was a series of explosions outside the city. Outside the Phoenix Glow mountain range, countless lower-level demonic beasts hidden in the stone peaks, forests, ravines, and caves were being eliminated. Countless experts began to split into small teams and easily killed the lower-level demonic beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ordered the Demon Emperor to control these lower-level demonic beasts to escape. These were the best spies. It would be a pity if they were killed just like that. All the demonic beasts in the north of the city had fled. These experts all returned to their teams and formed several huge square formations in the north, surrounding a tent on the northern plains. Everyone poured their divine energy into their eyes and began to observe the enemy's military situation. However, they discovered that among the thousands of experts, there was not a single 7th-grade war god. It was obvious that the leaders of the various armies, the prefecture heads, were currently in that tent discussing the siege. Should I go out and check with my divine sense? The Rain Empress suggested. Her soul was the most powerful among everyone present, and so was her divine sense. If she were to secretly check, she might be able to find out what was going on in that tent. Li He shook his head and rejected the Rain Empress' suggestion. It's useless. That tent is a treasure. Even an 8th-grade war god's divine sense can't secretly check it. Everyone pondered and realized that she was right. With so many experts, it was normal for them to have such a treasure. However, they were all curious about what was being discussed inside the tent. Inside the tent, they were obviously discussing the war and the aftermath. A simple square stone table was placed inside the tent. Both sides of the table were filled with experts. If Yi Qinghan and the others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. There were only 9 7th-grade war gods in the tent. There were a total of 13. The 13 7th-grade war gods sat on both sides of the table in silence. The one who had been talking was the young master sitting at the head of the table. It was young Master Tu Xie. Everyone. Do you have any questions? If not, get ready to set off. We'll talk after we conquer this bird city. Today, Tu Xie was not as arrogant as he was in the past. There was a faint smile on his face, which made people feel closer to him. Young Master Tu, are you sure? The information you just gave us is equivalent to not giving us any information. We have all this information. What we want to know is, will Honorable Li Quan take action this time? Will the one in the north not take action? Otherwise, once we take action, we will only be waiting for death. You want us to risk the lives of our entire families for some strange fruits? Do you think we are fools? Emperor Xiang, who was sitting on the left, had the most fiery temper. He wore a golden battle suit and was as handsome as the statue in the smoke beacon manor. He snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Tu Xie. Everyone nodded their heads. If it weren't for these two, they would have taken action long ago. Why would they wait until now? Emperor Xiang, don't be hasty. Young Master Tu Xie was suppressed by Yi Qinghan. It was as if he had been scolded by Emperor Xiang. However, he was not angry at all. He calmly said, I can tell you clearly that Honorable Butterfly Dance is not in the Misty Continent. As long as you take this city and kill Yi Qinghan, I can immediately apply for another city. I guarantee that the city building order will be delivered within 2 hours. When that time comes, even if Honorable Butterfly Dance returns, would she dare to take the risk and attack the city? If she dares to attack the city, my master will immediately take action and ask the sovereign to crush her to death. As for Honorable Li Quan, you don't have to worry about him. I have already asked a reclusive Honorable to take action. If Honorable Li Quan dares to make a move, he will immediately take action. Chapter 826. Young Master Tu Xie revealed a confident expression on his face. Even though he was sitting among the group of supreme experts, he was incomparably calm and had his own imposing manner. After shocking the group of experts, he continued, Everyone, I can tell you clearly that there are at least 10 7th-grade war gods and more than 1,000 experts hiding in the vicinity. Once we succeed, they will definitely attack. This city must be conquered today. This time, everyone was completely shocked. It seemed like they weren't the only ones who had their eyes on the Sealed God Valley. There were many other experts who were eyeing the Sealed God Valley covetously. The head of the Lei clan, Lei Kuang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of golden light. He said, Who is the reclusive venerable? If I'm not sure, I won't dare to fight this battle. At worst, I'll just ask young Master Yi for my family's little firework. He wouldn't dare to snatch my family's people, right? The moment Lei Kuang spoke, everyone secretly sneered. In dripping Spring City, your family members were all thrown out. What was there to be afraid of? This old thing really wanted face. Yeah. There aren't many reclusive venerables on the continent. May I know which one young Master Tu Xie is referring to? The crippled emperor with 2 golden horns on his head spoke as well. Everyone looked at young noble Tu Xie with fiery gazes. This wasn't a small matter. If they couldn't be sure, they wouldn't have any confidence. After all, if Reverend Li Quan were to act, he would be able to suppress all of them. It's not convenient for me to reveal this person's identity right now. Young Master Tu Xie was in a difficult position. Actually, if this person didn't answer, he would definitely make a move. If Tu Xie revealed it in advance, it would be troublesome if this honorable came looking for trouble with him in the future. Everyone, I can confirm that what my junior brother said is true. Don't worry, I will personally pay a visit to this venerable. At this moment, Battle God Xie Nu, who was standing beside young Master Tu Xie, spoke up. He was the one who persuaded young Master Tu Xie to invite him over. Therefore, he could only force himself to speak. Venerable Wicked Fury's words made some people believe him. After all, the evil Wrath War God was the eldest disciple of Supremacy Evil Moon. He represented Supremacy Evil Moon to a large extent. If a reclusive venerable really made a move, together with Venerable Evil Moon, there would be no suspense in this matter. Everyone clearly thought that young Master Tu Xie and the Evil Fury War God were the masterminds behind this matter, and that Venerable Xie Yu was the mastermind. Let's discuss how to split the fruits and treasures first. Otherwise, I won't work for nothing. Emperor Xiang spoke again. Everyone present nodded. There were so many cultivators involved this time, and there were 2 venerables behind them. There were also many cultivators hidden outside Phoenix Glow Mountain. Although Emperor Xiang had a fiery temper, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't do something that would benefit others. I don't want anything from Sealed God Valley. I only want Yi Qinghan's corpse. His women will all belong to me. That bastard Yi Qinghan has a deep grudge with me. I want to whip his corpse and play with his women. A cold and eerie voice rang out, causing everyone to be taken aback. There was actually someone who didn't come for the Sealed God Valley? What kind of enmity did this crippled emperor have with Yi Qinghan? Daring to take such a huge risk just to kill him? But when they thought about it, they felt that it was normal. After all, this was the best chance to kill Yi Qinghan. We'll take 20% of the God Seal Valley's fruits, and the rest will be split evenly. Of course, not a single one of the experts lurking outside. We won't take advantage of this situation, right? If there are any treasures in the valley, we'll split them evenly. However, no one is allowed to touch the restrictions in the Sealed God Valley. This is for that reclusive venerable. He loves to study restrictions and formations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to invite him. Young Master Tu Xie said lightly. He and Xie Nu Zhan Shan had already planned this. Originally, he only wanted to kill Yi Qinghan to vent his anger. Now, the plan had changed. As long as they could take down Sealed God Valley, he believed that Venerable Evil Moon would definitely stand up for them. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about Venerable Butterfly Dance's revenge. The discussion was almost done. The people inside were more or less settled. They began to discuss how to attack. The atmosphere in the tent heated up. Everyone could see the fiery dragon city turning into ruins under the colorful attacks. The prefecture master has summoned all war gods above 5th grade to the plaza. The noisy plaza of Soul Eater City was broken by a deafening roar. Tens of thousands of warriors in the plaza looked at the woman who shouted in astonishment. They wanted to see who had the guts to shout in Soul Eater City. Swish. Others might not be able to recognize this voice, but the guards of the doyens in the city could. Instantly, countless people flew to the plaza from inside the city. This was the voice of Lord Devour's personal maid, Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou's strength was not high, but she was valued by Lord Devour. She held 2 tokens from Lord Devour. Zhou, what happened? A tall figure came through the air. He was covered in brown armor. His face was as black as charcoal, but he was quite handsome. His voice was like muffled thunder, and his aura was like a mountain. He shouted at Lord Jiao from afar. It was Lord Devour's sworn brother, the second city lord of Soul Eater City, Emperor Yu. Little Jiao. What happened? Someone bullied you? I'll go kill him. Emperor Yi also quickly flew out, his face full of anger. More than 2,000 people gathered in the plaza. Among them, the second city lord and 2 elders were 7th grade war gods, more than 200 6th grade war gods, and the rest were 5th grade war gods. The Soul Eater city's tyrannical power was fully demonstrated at this moment. Lord Jiao did not waste any time. She threw out the Soul Eater order and shouted, "Second city lord, elders, I'll explain to you later. 2 elders of Soul Eater City, you 2 stay in the city and immediately issue the order of the city lord. Gather all the war gods above 5th grade in the Soul Eater City. Once you're done, immediately rush to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. The rest of the 5th grade and above experts, enter the teleportation array and teleport to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range to help the 2 young masters kill people." Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range? 2 young masters? It's young master Xiao Hei. Second City Lord Emperor Yu's aura surged when he heard this. A large black axe appeared in his hand. Like a real dragon awakening from a deep sleep, he roared furiously, "Activate the teleportation array. 2 elders of Soul Eater City, pass my order. If any family dares to not go, I'll tear them apart when they return. Go. Reporting to my lords, the teleportation array of Beacon Smoke City is closed." At this moment, a weak voice sounded, as if afraid of angering the violent second city lord. "Where's the teleportation array of Longyang City?" Lord Jiao's eyes were like lightning. His elegant temperament was no longer elegant. He suddenly swept his gaze toward another huge teleportation array. "It can be teleported." The warriors guarding the teleportation array quickly checked and reported loudly. "All right, everyone go to Longyang City. Then, immediately teleport to West Wind City, which is closest to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range." "Doyan Jiao Shanshan, did you bring all the flying tools in the city?" A beautiful female Doyan immediately replied, "They're all in the spatial ring." "It's enough." Everything was ready. The huge teleportation array began to teleport people continuously. This teleportation array was extremely huge. Every time it teleported hundreds of people, a 5-colored light shot into the sky, illuminating the sky of Soul Eater City. Longyang City was bustling. The tens of thousands of warriors in the city plaza were scared out of their wits today. Countless experts were constantly teleported from the huge teleportation array. These experts all had terrifying auras, like fierce tigers in the mountains. Their gazes could kill. The guards in the city instantly tensed up, thinking that some prefecture was about to start a war. Dragon City Prefecture's West Wind City was even more unbearable. With so many experts teleported over, the city lord and the family patriarchs in the city were all scared silly. They didn't dare to move, for fear that these experts would slaughter the city in a fit of rage. The ordinary warriors in the city witnessed a grand occasion that they had never seen in their lives. Dozens of Fail wands soared into the sky, bringing this group of fierce experts towards the north. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Even the dazzling light of the demonic sun in the sky was covered. Chapter 8:27. They are preparing to attack. There are 13 7th grade war gods. This is troublesome. Humph. The evil wrath war god is here too. Even though he is masked, we have known each other for so many years. Do you think I am a fool? Li He was very experienced. When the tent disappeared, the 13 figures appeared. Even though many of them were masked, Li He had been dealing with them for many years. How could he not recognize them? So what if there are 13 7th grade war gods? Looks like we are going to have some fun this time. The moment the tent disappeared, a war god robe appeared on Lei Zhen's body. He also put on a bamboo hat. The silver spear in his hand shone with divine light and a murderous aura. Beast Monarch, Wind Monarch, cooperate with the Thunder Monarch's attack. Uncle Lei Zhen, Rain Empress, it is up to you. As long as you can withstand this round of attack and wait for our reinforcements to arrive, it will be easy. Of course, don't try to be brave. Safety first. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. A small divine king like him could not intervene in a battle of this level. Even an ordinary god emperor would be courting death if he went out, let alone him. Yin Linger and the warriors on the plaza became excited. A battle of this level was hard to come by in a million years. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Yaorao, and the others were worried. Little Fireworks' lips were pale. He could clearly see that there were many warriors of the Lei family. Whoosh! The thousands of warriors outside the city all released their auras. They instantly soared into the sky and slowly flew toward Fiery Dragon City. Thousands of warriors, 11 7th-grade war gods and hundreds of 6th-grade war gods. When such a powerful force released their auras, the entire Phoenix Glow mountain range stopped blowing and the sky darkened. The entire Fiery Dragon City was enveloped by the destructive auras of these thousands of warriors. It seemed like it would be turned into dust in the next second. People outside, listen up. This is the territory of Fiery Dragon City. We have already applied for the construction of the city. You are going against the iron law of the realm of gods. You are going against the misty sovereign. Retreat immediately, or else, you will be killed. Lei Zhen's aura shook, forcing Yi Qinghan and the girls to take a few steps back. The 5 formation masters in the city controlled the protective barrier, allowing his angry roar to spread out. The loud roar was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. It reverberated outside the city for a long time. Lei Zhen's words were naturally like a fart. The people outside pretended not to hear it. However, Lei Zhen shouted these words in order to make his side stand on the side of justice, to stand on the side of reason. Although the immortal realm respected the strong, they still needed to have a good reason to start a war. In the future, they would be able to speak with a straight back. Yi family army, get ready. Follow me into battle and defend Flame Dragon City. If the city existed, the people lived. If the city perished, the people would die. Little Knight, you are now in charge of controlling the barrier within the city. Open the barrier. Kill. Following Lei Zhen's shout, the barrier instantly opened. After Lei Zhenyu, the Wind Arch and the Demonic Arch took the lead and rushed out. Li He and Yu Piao followed closely behind. Behind them were hundreds of demonic beast experts, and at the very back were over 1,000 Yi family soldiers. Everyone released their aura. The hundreds of demonic beasts that were the size of small mountains were even more imposing. At this moment, the aura of Flame Dragon City's side instantly suppressed the martial artists who were attacking the city. The martial artists who were attacking the city, seeing that the people in the city actually rushed out, became even more excited. If they could cripple these people, then Flame Dragon City would be easy to take down. Although they were puzzled as to why they dared to be so presumptuous and daring, they did not hold back. However, they did not hold back. Without saying a word, they immediately accelerated and charged toward the other side. In a battle between experts, the external release of divine power and energy attacks were already ineffective. Only a real fight could kill the other party. Set up the formation. The Thunder the Arch sneered and did not make any moves. When the opposing martial artists were within a few hundred meters of him, he suddenly shouted. A few 7th-grade war gods surrounded the Thunder the Arch. The rest of the people and demonic beasts instantly formed a wall. Meanwhile, the Thunder Thearcha's body instantly released a dazzling white light. The demonic horns on his head flickered with electricity, and a huge white barrier suddenly formed. It was the Thunder God's protection. Lei Zhen swept his spear, and a huge bolt of lightning shot forward like a furious dragon. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of electric snakes and surged toward the martial artists in front of him. He also released the Thunder God's fury. At the same time, he roared angrily, dripping River's soul attack. Everyone, attack indiscriminately in front of you. Swish. Swish. Chi. Countless air-piercing sounds rang out. Dripping River didn't need the Thunder Thearka's instructions. The moment the Thunder God's protection lit up, he instantly released his soul skill. Dripping River directly used the most powerful soul poison jade knife. The sky was filled with transparent jade knives that danced in the air, and countless soul poisons poured forward in torrents. Dripping River's soul skill was like many formless venomous snakes that flew out from his hands. The sky was filled with snake shadows. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, it was a ghastly sight with a sweep of divine sense. Following closely behind Dripping River, the sky was filled with energy attacks of all shapes and colors. The scene was extremely magnificent, and the energy contained within them could tear the blue dome of heaven apart. Swish. The expressions of all the powerhouses on the attacking side changed instantly. Countless god territories were opened at the first instance. These were the god territories released by the rank 7 supreme powerhouses. It was just that they released them in a hurry. They only had enough time to envelop themselves and a few people nearby. They did not expect Lei Zhen's side to actually use thunder and lightning attacks, soul attacks, and energy attacks. These thunder and lightning attacks and soul attacks were terrifying. They did not dare to spread their god territories too far. Otherwise, they might also die if they were hit by the thunder and soul attacks. Those powerhouses who were not enveloped by the god territories looked like dead ashes. It was true that they had their own god territories, but it was very difficult for their god territories to defend against those terrifying thunder and soul attacks. Once they were hit by the thunder and soul attacks, their bodies and souls would instantly have a small problem. Usually, such a small problem would not be a big deal. However, there were countless energy attacks surging over from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Countless energy waves crashed heavily. Hundreds of rank 5 and rank 6 powerhouses who were not enveloped by the shield were instantly turned into pieces of minced meat. Divine crystals sparkled in the sky, and spatial rings danced in the air. Blood sprayed across the entire sky. Broken pieces of flesh and limbs flew everywhere. It was like hell on earth. The surviving powerhouses looked at the sky full of minced meat. Their faces turned pale, especially the 13 war gods. They did not expect Lei Zhen's side to attack in such a way. If the energy attacks were to attack the powerhouses under normal circumstances, as long as the god territories were opened, nothing would happen. However, under the terrifying thunder and soul attacks, their bodies were numb, and their souls trembled. How could they open the god territory's defense? If they could not open the god territory's defense, facing thousands of such fierce energy attacks, the outcome was obvious: no. There are people from the Lei family on the other side. The evil Wrath War God's expression turned cold as he suddenly roared. Swish. However, his words were too late. At this moment, a huge white shield lit up behind the main force. Within the shield, countless energy attacks and thunder and lightning attacks poured out in torrents. The Lei family of Longyang City actually attacked them. Moreover, while everyone was still in shock, they attacked in an instant. At the same time, Lei Kuang's maniacal laughter rang out. Huh, you bastards actually want to kill my great-grandson and my little princess? I, Lei Kuang, will let all of you stay here today. Lei Zhen, little firework, your ancestor is here to take you home. Disciples of the Lei family, kill them for me. Chapter 828. The Lei family did not have many descendants of the Thunder God. Other than Lei Zhen and Little Fireworks, there was only Lei Kuang. However, the descendants of the Lei family were all descendants of the Thunder God and possessed the power of thunder and lightning. One Lei family descendant might not have much power, but the Lei family had hundreds of experts, and Lei Kuang, who had the bloodline of the Thunder God even stronger than Lei Zhen, Lei Kuang's thunderbolt was obviously thicker than Lei Zhen's. Sparks sparkled, and the energy it contained made the hearts of countless 7th-grade war gods tremble. The moment the Thunder and Lightning family descendant released his thunderbolt, the sky was filled with sparks. The temperature of the air instantly rose, and the souls of the 5th and 6th grade experts who were closest to him almost left their bodies. Yi family army, listen up. Everyone, attack the front with indiscriminate energy. The Rain Empress and Li He obviously would not let go of such a good opportunity. Lei Zhen immediately shouted, and the spear in his hand shot out like a silver dragon. This energy attack contained thunder and lightning. Even though he was weak, he still decided to kill them first. He could not let go of such a good opportunity. Whoosh! This time, no one dared to resist. The 7th grade war gods were the first to retreat, fleeing in all directions. Once the 7th grade war gods fled, who dared to stay? Originally, when Lei Zhen and his group attacked, they already had the intention to flee. Now, when they saw the Lei family descendant, they immediately fled. Some reacted quickly, while others did not. The 7th grade war gods were fast, and the gods' domain had strong defenses, so they were fine. Just now, there were some who had the intention to escape. It was fine if they ran fast, but the remaining few hundred low-level martial artists suffered a calamity once again. Thunder and lightning enveloped them like a giant net. The Rain Empress and Li He's soul attacks came one after another, and then they were greeted by a sky full of energy attacks, especially Lei Zhen's angry dragon, which instantly enveloped 3 6th grade war gods. Bang, bang, bang. Red rain fell from the sky again. Divine crystals worth hundreds of millions of high-grade emperor gods floated in the air. Spatial rings bobbed up and down, and severed limbs flew in all directions. The collision of energy created shockwaves that shook the space. The scene was spectacular. Nice. Wow. Everyone in the city could clearly see the situation of the battle outside the city. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly and waved them in the air. He shouted loudly and his face was full of joy. Yu Qingcheng, Yin Ling, Li Shuai, and the others also had a look of joy on their faces, but the martial artists in the city were incomparably shocked. No one had expected that they would achieve such great results in the first round of confrontation. 2 attacks had actually killed nearly 1,000 experts. It should be known that these were not ordinary warriors. Those who could fight in the outside world were at least 5th grade war gods. That was a 5th grade war god. Even someone who had just stepped into the God Emperor realm would not be able to reach this level of strength. Normally, a 5th grade war god in a small city would be arrogant, but here, a random round of attacks, even Lei Zhen and the others outside the city did not expect to have such a great effect. The methods of soul cultivators were indeed strange. It was indeed true that they had the greatest advantage in a group battle. The Yi family army behind Lei Zhen, on the other hand, was a little confused as they looked at the fleeing supreme cultivators. It was as if they were not fighting supreme cultivators, but a bunch of small fries. Everyone, each team, fight separately. Chase after the 5th and 6th grade war gods. Demon Emperor, let your subordinates stall the 7th grade war gods. Lei Zhen did not hesitate for long. As the previous hall master of the Lei family's hall of battle, his battle wisdom was needless to say. Of course, he had to maximize the results of the battle. Lei Zhen was protected by the Wind Emperor. The Rain Empress, Li He, Piao Piao, and the Demon Emperor chased after the experts. His subordinates of more than 1,000 martial artists were also divided into small teams. Every 3 6th grade war gods would lead a group of 5th grade war gods. They chased after the fleeing 5th and 6th grade war gods. Hundreds of powerful demonic beasts, under the command of the Demon Emperor, divided into several groups and charged toward the 7th grade war gods. These demonic beasts, whose battle prowess was even stronger than 5th and 6th grade war gods, had evolved over hundreds of thousands of years. Although the Demon Emperor was heartbroken, he had no other choice. At this moment, his army of demonic beasts was indeed the best weapon to stall the 7th grade war gods. Disciples of the Lei family, kill. Pay attention, do not harm the people of Flame Dragon City, or I will tear you all apart. Lei Kuang also withdrew his Thunder God's protection and ordered a 7th grade war god to protect him. The rest of the people were sent out to chase. The disciples of the Lei family helped Lei Zhen, but Lei Zhen did not say a word of thanks. he did not even look at them. Many of the disciples of the Lei family were slightly angry, but they did not refute the patriarch's orders. Lei Yun, however, smiled. He thought to himself that the old ancestor was not too muddle-headed. Although the treasures of the Sealed God Valley were precious, how could they compare to Lei Zhen and Lei Huahua? These were two people with the bloodline of the Thunder God. Lei Zhen had reached the peak of 7th grade at such a young age. He could win back the hearts of the father and daughter, and allow them to return to the family. This was more important than any treasure. For a moment, the sky was filled with the figures of martial artists. However, two sides were in an organized pursuit, while the other side was blindly defending and escaping. Originally, there were more people on both sides, and the attacking side had more people. However, the previous round of attacks killed nearly 1,000 people. Then, the Lei family rebelled, and the numbers were instantly reversed. On top of that, their morale was low, and they were not in the mood to continue fighting. The result was obvious. The army was defeated like a landslide. The crippled emperor was very angry. 1/3 of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members he brought were killed in the previous 2 rounds of attacks. Not only him, but all the 7th grade war gods present were also angry. They had long cursed young Master Tu Xia and the evil Wrath War God in their hearts. Didn't they say that Yi Qinghan only had 2 7th grade war gods? How come there were 6 of them now? Moreover, there were 2 soul cultivators. The evil Wrath War God was also angry. He kept cursing in his heart. These masters had been here for so long, but why didn't they gather any information? Although the city was protected, they were preparing to attack the city, so they should have done some pre-battle preparations. They had placed the biggest obstacle to conquering the fiery dragon city on Honorable Li Quan and Lord Devour. They thought that as long as they could deal with the two, with so many experts, it would be easy to conquer the fiery dragon city. They didn't expect that the fiery dragon city would be so strong. They didn't expect that Yi Qinghan had already entered the city with Li He and Yu Piao. They also didn't expect Lei Zhen to come up with such a strategy. Didn't they fight directly before? Now that they were playing like this, it was against the rules. Evil Wrath, why don't you ask those hidden experts to attack? I'm going to take my people away. The crippled emperor was besieged by dozens of powerful demonic beasts. Moreover, these demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh, and their defense was frighteningly strong. It took more than 10 seconds to kill one of them, but in those 10 seconds, 2 or 3 of his clansmen had died. If this went on, he would become a general without an army. How could he continue to fight? He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Evil Wrath. Clad in golden armor, Emperor Xiang, who looked like an ancient war god, was being chased by the Rain Empress and the others. He was fuming with anger. Emperor Xiang was at the peak of rank 7. But the Rain Empress, Li He's soul skill, and Yu Piao's speed, made him feel helpless. He was waiting to be beaten. This battle was frustrating. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to a cave. Young Master Tu Xia, why don't you ask the hidden venerable to attack? If this goes on, I'll beat your mother. Evil Wrath War God and young Master Tu Xia, who were hiding in the cave, were also very anxious. If they retreated like this, how could they continue to fight? If they returned with their tails between their legs, not only would they not get any benefits, but their reputation would also be ruined. Most importantly, Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Butterfly would definitely cause trouble for them in the future. Without any benefits, Honorable Evil Moon would definitely not go against Honorable Butterfly openly. Evil Wrath War God immediately transmitted his voice to the chiefs of the big clans hiding in the forest west of the city. As for the hidden venerable, transmitting his voice was useless. If he wanted to attack, he would attack. If he did not attack, begging on his knees would be useless. Chapter 829. Bloody Moon War Immortal, what are you waiting for? If we retreat, will you be able to take down Flame Dragon City? Attack now, and I will give you half of the Sealed God Valley's treasures. Evil Rage War Immortal's voice was transmitted, and he soon received a reply. This reply almost made Evil Rage War Immortal vomit blood, and he was almost injured by the demonic beast beside him. Bloody Moon War Immortal actually wanted 80%. 80%, 80%. Attack now. Evil Rage War Immortal gritted his teeth. The situation was dangerous, and he would be completely defeated if he was not careful. He would not be able to face Supremacy Evil Moon if he returned, so he could only agree first. As for the spoils of war, he could only ask Supremacy Evil Moon to suppress it. Yi family army, stop the pursuit. Gather outside the city. Lei Jin immediately shouted after Empress Rain's voice transmission. Although he did not know what was going on, Empress Rain's divine sense was the strongest. At the same time, he looked at the Lei family disciples who were chasing after them and sent a voice transmission to Lei Kuang helplessly. Old man, get your people over here. Of course, forget it if you are unwilling. Lei Kuang chuckled at Lei Jin. He did not mind Lei Jin's tone at all, and he quickly flew towards Lei Jin. Obviously, he did not mind Lei Jin's words at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. What did Lei Jin's voice transmission mean? It meant that he still had the Lei family in his heart. As long as he had the Lei family, everything would be easy. At the same time, he roared, "Hee hee, Lei family disciples, stop the pursuit. Xiaoye. Yi family army, gather around and listen to Lei Jin's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the family immediately." Lei Kuang's orders made some of the Lei family members even more unhappy and bitter. Lei Kuang valued Lei Jin very much, and this was known to the entire family. Of course, it also caused dissatisfaction among the disciples outside of Lei Jin's bloodline. This also led to Little Firework being exiled to the Firework tribe after Lei Jin fell into Sealed God Valley, and he almost died in the baleful Yin stream. Of course, this was inseparable from Lei Kuang, who was a cultivation maniac, but it also showed that Lei Jin's bloodline was not strong in the Lei family. Lei Jin had come out of seclusion again. Not only did he not report back to the family, but he also threw the Lei family members out in Leaping Springs City. Now, he seemed to be planning to establish his own sect in Flame Dragon City. This made some of the older members of the clan even more displeased. However, Lei Kuang had ruled the Lei family for hundreds of thousands of years. His prestige was unparalleled, and no one dared to disobey him. He could only hide his dissatisfaction in his heart and quickly moved closer to Lei Jin. Xiao. In the forest to the west of the city, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw groups of experts flying towards Flame Dragon City at lightning speed. By the time the Yi family's army and the Lei family's disciples had gathered, they had already flown to the west of the city. More than 1,000 experts attacked at the same time, smashing towards the city's defensive barrier. The 10 experts at the front had an imposing aura, and the weapons in their hands spat out the most terrifying aura. One look and anyone could tell that they were Paragon experts. There are still so many experts. Lei Jin and the Rain Empress smiled bitterly. These were definitely martial artists that the demon the Arch hadn't detected. They didn't expect that a single Sealed God Valley would attract experts from over a dozen prefectures to attack it together. The two of them looked at each other. There was no other way. They had to give it their all. Otherwise, if the city's defensive barrier was broken, the newly built Flame Dragon City would be turned into ruins in the chaotic battle. This was close to 1 trillion divine stones. All Yi family's army in the city, enter Sealed God Valley. Yi Qinghan had already noticed the commotion in the west of the city. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the 5 array masters and opened the entrance to Sealed God Valley. Along with the loud explosion, the huge stones on the plaza started to move to the sides, revealing the eerie black hole inside. The Yi family's army came from Sealed God Valley. Naturally, they wouldn't have any fear and flew straight into Sealed God Valley. All of you, don't resist. I will send you to an absolutely safe place. Yi Qinghan quickly said to Yu Qingcheng, Yinling, and the others beside him. A wave of God force was used on everyone, and they were directly transported into the War Imperial Palace. Although the ghostly lightning had mysteriously entered the War Imperial Palace previously, Yi Qinghan still chose to believe in the War Imperial Palace. Then, he flew above Sealed God Valley. Once the city was breached, he would immediately enter Sealed God Valley. Rumble. A series of loud explosions shook the sky. The city's defensive barrier instantly lit up with a dazzling light. This light could probably be seen by the entire Nether City from millions of li away. The entire defensive barrier shook violently under the attacks of more than 1,000 experts. The unfinished buildings in the city also started to crumble. The entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range started to shake continuously. Damn it! Everyone, go to the west of the city and kill. Lei Zhen was enraged. The light of the defensive barrier had dimmed a little after being smashed by the experts. If this went on, the defensive barrier would soon be destroyed. This was a few trillion divine stones. That wasn't important. What was important was that once the defensive barrier was broken, the city would definitely be destroyed. Lei Zhen and Empress Yu had racked their brains and spent months to design the city. If it were to be reduced to ruins, not only would Lei Zhen's heart be filled with rage, he would also not be able to raise his head in front of Lei Kuang. Of course, he was prepared to risk his life. Lei Zhen did not wait for himself to recover and took the lead to rush over. The Rain Empress and the Yi family's army quickly followed. The Lei family's people also followed. Their killing intent soared as they rushed towards the west of the city. All disciples of the god race, transform and smash this bird city for this daddy. The remnant emperor and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Lei Zhen and his people rushing towards the west of the city, their lips curled into a cruel smile. The two golden bull heads on his head suddenly enlarged and thickened. His aura shook violently as he turned into a primordial beast, Kuei Ox, and charged towards Flame Dragon City. The survivors of the Golden Horn God race roared towards the sky as they transformed and charged towards the city's defensive barrier. Many experts of the Golden Horn God race knew their purpose for coming here. It wasn't for Sealed God Valley, but to kill that young God King in the city plaza. That young God King had a divine sword. Although it was only a high-grade divine sword, it was the key to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As long as they could obtain that divine sword, they would obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure. Everything would be worth it. Boom! 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 Countless heaven-shaking explosions rang out, and the green barrier around Flame Dragon City flashed continuously. The green light grew dimmer and dimmer, as if it would shatter at any moment, and the entire Flame Dragon City would be reduced to rubble in the next moment. It's over. The bitterness in Yi Qinghan's mouth was very obvious. He looked around with nostalgia, as if he was trying to memorize the image of Flame Dragon City in his heart. Flame Dragon City couldn't be saved. Although only 1 trillion divine stones were destroyed, it was still a heavy slap to Yi Qinghan's face. It was a deep stab to Yi Qinghan's heart. This slap, this stab, it was very painful. It was a burning pain. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with a strong conviction. He wanted to become an expert, a supremacy, a 9th grade unrivaled war god. If he was a supremacy, a 9th grade unrivaled war god, would these trash dare to attack his city? Would they dare to be so unscrupulous? Would they dare to trample on his dignity? Everyone outside, remember this. I, Yi Qinghan, will definitely repay this debt in the future. I guarantee that your clan's name will be erased from the divine realm. Uncle Lei Zhen, come back. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the city. He looked at the supreme experts outside the city and shouted coldly. Under the control of the 5 formation masters, his voice was amplified dozens of times. It reverberated in the ears of countless people outside the city, echoing in the boundless plains outside the city. This also caused the experts attacking the city to shiver. This young god king was too awesome. He actually dared to say such words. Wasn't this clearly showing that he had publicly formed an undying hatred with more than 10 prefectures? Chapter 830. Lei Zhen's lips curled into a helpless smile. It seemed the city could not be saved. The enemy had more warriors than them. There were more than 27th grade war gods. They could not hold them back. It was impossible for them to separate and fight for the sake of a single city. Even a 7th grade war god could fall if they were to do so. They had to give up Fiery Dragon City and enter the Apotheosis Valley. Send a message to Little Yi. Open the shield. It's fine if the city is broken, but the shield must be maintained. Lei Jin saw that the shield had already lost 1/3 of its energy. If they attacked it for a while longer, the shield would definitely break. He transmitted a message to Empress Yu. At the same time, he sped up. He decided to kill a few more people before entering the Apotheosis Valley to calm his anger. Wait, maybe things will change. Look to the south. Empress Yu did not slow down, but she did not send a message to Yi Qinghan. Instead, she looked to the south in astonishment. "Oh!" Roars of beasts resounded, making all the warriors outside Fiery Dragon City shudder. It was an ordinary sound. It was the cry of a flying beast, a Luan. But the appearance of a Luan at this time was not ordinary, and there were so many of them. Which sex expert had arrived? Young Master Yi, young Master Xiaohei, Zhao Yu is here. Who dares to destroy my young master's city? I will destroy you until your mother can't recognize you. Before the Luan could get close, a stalwart man in black armor with a face as black as charcoal flew out of the Luan and carried a huge black battle axe in his hand. He stepped through the void and approached the Luan. Who else could it be but the second city lord of the Soul Devourer Manor, Emperor Yu? Countless experts followed behind him, all of them exuding a baleful aura. They also carried a huge black battle axe in their hands. Everyone's axe was exactly the same, with strange patterns engraved on it. Their armor also had strange patterns on it, as if they were a group of Asuras from the 9 Hells demon realm. Those who provoke my young master will be killed without mercy. Massive roars rang out from behind Emperor Yu. All of the crying phoenixes opened their gates at the same time, and groups of experts emerged. Many of them wore black battle armor and wielded black axes. They covered the southern sky, and a boundless baleful aura caused the southern sky to darken. The madman from the Soul Devourer Manor is here. I wonder if that woman from the Soul Devourer Manor is here? What's the point of fighting now that they're here? The Soul Devouring Manor is close to the Wandering Sea and frequently engages in battles with the god bandits in the sea. All of them are battle-hardened and full of baleful auras. They truly live up to their reputation. God damn it, this battle is going to be hard. The attackers all stopped attacking the barrier and quickly gathered together to think of a countermeasure. It was true that they had many 7th grade war gods on their side, but the other side had many 7th grade war gods at the peak of their level. The Lei family had 2 peak 7s, and now the Soul Devourer Manor had another 2 peak 7s. There were still 2 soul cultivators left, so it was more or less a draw. Their side originally had more 5th and 6th grade experts, but with the arrival of the Soul Devouring Manor's experts, it was almost the same. Moreover, the experts of the Soul Devourer Manor were famous in the divine world for their formidable battle prowess, fight. So many people had died, and so many people had been offended. If they didn't take down this city, their losses would be huge. We have so many 7th grade war gods, what's there to be afraid of? Kill. The broken emperor gritted his teeth, and the golden horn on his head shone brightly. Then, he took the lead and rushed towards the Soul Devourer Manor. Today, the Golden Horn clan had lost so many people. If they couldn't get Yi Qinghan's divine sword, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, they would have to bear the pressure from Lord Devourer and Master Li Quan when they returned. Today, many people had died. So, more people had to die. It would be best if they could alarm the Misty Realm Lord. Then, Evil Moon Master would have to show up. As long as Evil Moon Master and the Misty Realm Lord showed up, they wouldn't be afraid of Lord Devourer and Master Li Quan anymore. Kill. Xiang Di, Sunlight Emperor, Evil Fury Master, and the leaders of the other mansions also gritted their teeth and rushed towards the experts of the Soul Devourer Manor. They had the same idea as the Broken Emperor. Since the battle had reached this stage, they could only continue. With Evil Moon Master on their side, it would be easier for them to negotiate with the Misty Realm Lord. On the other side, the Blood Moon War Immortal and the others also gave up attacking the city and rushed towards Leijin. This city was easy to break. As long as they killed all the people in front of them, the city would collapse by itself. Kill first. Humph. Emperor Yu snorted with a disdainful smile. He paused in the air and shouted angrily, "Soul Devourer Blood Guards, get into formation." Following Emperor Yu's loud shout, the 1,000 or so black-armored warriors behind him quickly moved in the air and stood in a specific position behind the Rain Emperor. Facing the dozen or so war gods charging at them, they did not panic in the slightest. Instead, a cold smile appeared on their faces. If one looked from 10,000 miles up in the sky or from the ground, they could easily see that these nearly 1,000 black-armored martial artists had formed a pentagram. Moreover, they were all wearing black battle armor and wielding black axes. As for Emperor Yu, he proudly stood in front of this pentagram. Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. Break the void. Emperor Yu shouted angrily. His body glowed with black light. Nearly 1,000 experts behind him also glowed with black light. All of the black light condensed into a flow of air, rushing towards Emperor Yu. At the same time, Emperor Yu threw his black battle axe forward. The experts behind him also swung their black battle axes forward. Surrounded by the black flow of air, the 1,000 battle axes condensed into a huge black battle axe several hundred meters long. The aura emitted from it made the charging war gods feel suffocated. A supreme divine artifact? Its power is still at its peak. This is Venerable Butterfly Dance's Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. Damn it. How dare you use it on your subordinates? Run. Without hesitation, the crippled Emperor Yu, who was at the front, had already started to run to the side before the black battle axe could condense. A supreme divine artifact could only be used by venerables. This Emperor Yu had combined the power of 1,000 5th and 6th grade war gods to increase his battle prowess to a fake 8th grade. At the same time, he was controlling a supreme divine artifact. Who could stop him? Who dared to use their own flesh to test its power? Bang! Under Emperor Yu's control, the huge black battle axe heavily smashed toward the charging experts. The 7th grade war gods ran fast, but the 6th and 5th grade experts behind them did not react fast enough, nor did they run fast enough. Sizzling sounds rang out. More than 200 warriors who did not dodge fast enough were directly chopped into pieces by the huge black battle axe. Not even a divine crystal was left behind. Bang! The huge black battle axe smashed into the flat ground, creating a bottomless pit several thousand meters wide. The entire ground shook at this moment. Even the flame dragon city in the distance trembled. Play your sister. Evil fury, if the hidden venerable doesn't show up, I will leave immediately. I don't want to play anymore. The crippled emperor's heart chilled. Looking at Emperor Yu controlling the huge black battle axe to hover in the air once again and emit a destructive aura, he was afraid. If this thing hit him, he would definitely end up like the previous warriors. Not even a divine crystal would be left behind. The other supreme experts were also afraid. This was not a battle of the same level. What was the point of playing like this? Even the experts who were fighting with Lei Zhen and the others retreated. If no venerable appeared on their side, they would not be able to fight this battle. Wang! The front of the huge black battle axe suddenly trembled. A snow-white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He stood calmly under the huge black battle axe, as if he was not afraid of the huge black battle axe chopping down and turning his tiny body into dust. For Jia Wu's sake, all of you retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. I will definitely take down this sealed God Valley. The white figure was a white-haired, white-bearded martial artist. Even his eyebrows were white, but his skin was like a baby's. It was smooth and snow-white, and his youthful appearance was very eye-catching. White-browed venerable. Emperor Yu's expression changed and turned solemn. This was a hidden venerable of the Misty Continent, but many experts had heard of his name. This was a supreme expert who had become a venerable 5 million years ago. Lei Zhen, Li He, and the others' expressions also changed. Even Yi Qinghan, who was inside, had an urge to immediately rush into Sealed God Valley. Only a venerable could teleport here. The venerable on their side did not come, but the enemy side sent a venerable. And it seemed like it was an incomparably powerful venerable. Chapter 831. The Broken Emperor, Emperor Yang Di, and the Bloody Moon War God were all shocked. Who would have thought that the evil Wrath War Immortal and young Master Tu Xia would actually be able to invite a venerable? Furthermore, they even managed to invite such a powerful venerable. Although the gap between a peak 7th grade war god and a venerable was only one level, this gap was like the gap between a mortal and a deity. The further a martial artist cultivated, the more difficult it would be to take a step forward. Every important step they took, their combat strength would increase exponentially, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. 8th grade origin, 9th grade will. An 8th grade war god would be bestowed with the purest source energy and the ability to teleport. The 9th stage could even be bestowed with an invincible will. A rank 8 venerable being able to easily kill several peak rank 7 venerables was not a joke. Once the origin was unleashed, who could contend against it? No one could resist his will. Theoretically, a peak rank 7 exalted would be able to kill a rank 8 exalted. However, this had to be a sneak attack. Moreover, it had to be a sneak attack by several rank 7 martial artists at the same time. This was because venerables could teleport and possessed the power of origin. They were the most sensitive to the fluctuations of heaven and earth. If they sensed that something was amiss, they would immediately teleport. A venerable's instantaneous movement was different from Yi Qinghan's. It looked like he had disappeared, but his body was still in the immortal world. Their teleportation would cause them to disappear from the divine world in an instant, so their attacks could only hit the air. Hee, it looks like we're going to succeed today. With the white-browed venerable here, even if Venerable Li Quan comes, we won't have to be afraid. Venerable Butterfly Dance wasn't in the Misty Continent right now, so she probably didn't know what was happening here. I must obtain the treasures inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, I must. The crippled emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was no more suspense today. The white-browed venerable had become a venerable 5 million years ago, and his name had shaken the entire continent. He had probably reached the end of his lifespan by coming here, so he had come to the Sealed God Valley to search for a fated chance to see if he could break through to the 9th stage and obtain eternal life. This kind of super expert who was nearing the end of his lifespan was the craziest. He wouldn't care about anyone. Unless the Misty Sovereign came to suppress him, no one would be able to stop him today. White-browed venerable, if you leave today, I'll definitely report this to my mansion master and remember this favor. This Sealed God Valley belongs to my young master. My manor lord dotes on the 2 young masters the most. Emperor, you also understood the severity of the matter. If this white-browed venerable wanted to fight head-on, then even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. In the end, he killed them all, and Lord Devour still couldn't contact him. Left with no choice, he could only try to persuade the white-browed venerable. Favor? Haha. The white-browed venerable's sword-like eyebrows twitched, and his eyes shone with a blade-like light. He coldly swept his gaze over Emperor Yu and laughed. The powerful pressure nearly caused Emperor Yu to lose his balance, and the grand array behind him was nearly destroyed. After laughing, his face was filled with disdain and mockery. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Do you think that just because your manor head killed a trash venerable, he's an invincible god of war? How many years had Jia Wu cultivated? I don't even know if she was even born when I was fighting in the god world. For a venerable like her who had just stepped into the 8th grade, I can suppress her with just a wave of my hand. I'll give you one last chance, are you going to scram or not? Hua. The white-browed venerable's words not only shocked the evil fury war god side, but also the experts on Lei Jin's side. Emperor Yu and the experts of the soul-devouring manor were so angry that their bodies trembled. There was no doubt that Jia Wu was powerful. During the manor head challenge competition, she killed a venerable and became famous in the god world. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with the Misty Monarch. Her subordinate had exterminated a small family in Dancing Phoenix City, but the misty monarch did not punish her at all. Instead, he gave her the title of Venerable and even the monarch order. Even though Jia Wu was a 7th grade war god 100 years ago. This caused everyone to be extremely confused, but there was no doubt about her tyrannical strength. Now, the white-browed Venerable was saying that he could suppress her with just a wave of his hand? This was like a heavy slap to Lord Devour's face, and a slap to the experts of the soul-devouring manner. The atmosphere instantly became extremely heavy. Lei Zhen, Li He, and the others looked at Emperor Yu with worry, afraid that he would do something impulsive. Old dog, you're seeking death. Jia Wu's wrath. Kill. Emperor Yu was clearly impulsive. Without any hesitation, his body glowed with black light. The 999 experts behind him also glowed with black light. The transcendent grade black axe in the sky released a murderous aura and heavily chopped down at the white-browed Venerable. Without a doubt, the experts of the soul-devouring manor were all proud. The previous manor head, the Soul Emperor, was the #1 god emperor in the god world. The current manor head's tyrannical strength made the experts of the soul-devouring manor feel such humiliation. Such humiliation could only be washed away with blood. If it wasn't the white-browed Venerable, it would be them. Chi, the sound of cloth being torn rang out, and at the same time, the black giant axe turned into a series of afterimages as it suddenly chopped down, unexpectedly cutting a huge crack in the space. Within the black crack, space turbulence that looked like knives could be clearly seen. The broken Emperor and the others sighed and broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like Emperor Yu hadn't used his full strength. If he had, many 7th grade war gods wouldn't have been able to dodge his attack. A transcendent grade divine artifact is good stuff, but it's not enough for you to use. I'll accept this axe. Facing such a terrifying black axe, the white-browed Venerable's expression didn't change. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. Then, he did something that almost broke the balls of the male experts and almost made the female experts orgasm. He actually reached out a hand that was as smooth as a baby's skin and grabbed the axe. Even though his beautiful hand instantly became huge, even though his hand emitted a white light, even though his hand was surrounded by white, cotton-like air currents, he really used his hand to grab the blade of the black axe. He really used his hand to grab the blade of the black axe. He really used his hand to grab the most powerful transcendent grade divine artifact. Lunatic, this lunatic. Is that white air current the power of the origin? But even if it's the power of the origin, how can it resist the full power of a Venerable using a transcendent grade divine artifact? This white-browed Venerable's lifespan is coming to an end. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the feng shui of this place? Supreme Divine Emperor, I'm not seeing things, am I? Everyone looked at the white-browed Venerable in disbelief. They didn't even dare to blink as they looked forward to the next scene. Meanwhile, Yi Qinhan stood alone on the plaza of the fiery dragon city and stared blankly at the white air current revolving around the giant hand of the white-browed Venerable. Why does this thing look so familiar? All the warriors in the plaza didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They stared at the giant hand in a daze as the axe heavily struck the giant hand. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The scenery around them disappeared, and the fiery dragon city also disappeared. All that was left was the giant hand and the black axe in the sky. Buzz, the giant hand trembled slightly, and the surrounding space vibrated layer by layer. Like a ripple, it was visible to the naked eye as it radiated in all directions. A giant space crack appeared near the giant hand, and the space turbulence inside seemed to want to break through the space barrier. A huge shock wave radiated in all directions. Emperor Yu, who was closest to the giant hand, and the experts of the soul-devouring manor behind him were the first to bear the brunt of the shock wave. All of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Chapter 832. This is a supreme divine weapon. Without the power source, it is impossible to unleash its full power. It's such a waste to let you use Jia Wu. White-browed Venerable's face was still red. He did not reveal any aura, but his sword-like white eyebrows were even straighter. The light in his eyes was even more intense. The huge hand retracted easily. The huge axe that was hundreds of meters long shrunk rapidly, becoming a toy that white-browed Venerable played with. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Everyone was very agitated and shocked. They could not express it with words, nor did they dare to make a sound. They could only express their complicated feelings through the sound of swallowing saliva. That was a supreme divine weapon. Emperor Yu gathered 1,000 powerhouses to increase his divine power to the 8th grade realm. His full-powered attack was caught by white-browed Venerable with one hand. Was a human's physical body something that could be destroyed? Everyone once again felt the difference between a Venerable and a 7th grade. Although it was only one level, it was like heaven and earth. Legend had it that a peak 7th grade could kill a Venerable with a sneak attack. It seemed like it was all bullsh*t. Bullsh*t. At this moment, everyone felt that this white-browed, white-haired little old man was so undefeatable. It was as if there was a huge mountain in front of them that they could never surpass and destroy. Lei Zhen, Li He, Yu Piao, and the others felt a sense of helplessness. White-browed Venerable did not even attack the peak 7th grade Emperor Yu. Just the shockwaves from the battle had heavily injured him. How could they fight this battle? How could they play with this egg? Why hasn't the Venerable appeared yet? If this goes on, someone will die. Li He groaned in his heart. If Venerable Li Quan still did not appear, he could only remain neutral. Otherwise, he would be killed for nothing. That would not be fun. Yu Piao thought so too. If there was no other way, he could only remain neutral. Otherwise, it was fine if he died, but if he implicated the little princess, it would be a huge crime. What should we do? What should we do? Lei Zhen's eyes were filled with anxiety. He looked at white-browed Venerable's knife-like gaze that swept across everyone. At this moment, forget about protecting the city, they did not even know if they could keep their lives. Even if Yi Qinghan activated the protective barrier, they wouldn't be able to escape into the sealed God Valley so quickly. The others could teleport. People of the Li family and the Rain Butterfly family, scram. People of Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City, I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me and offer up your soul fires. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Apparently, white-browed Venerable had taken action today. As he had offended Lord Devour, he didn't want to let go of these people. It would not be a bad idea to take them back and put them in the White Brow Island as guards. Following his words, the black giant axe in his hand began to grow larger, and a white misty airflow flickered, emitting an eerie chill that could freeze one's blood and bones. Silence. Silence. The whole place was silent. No one dared to say no, and no one offered their soul fire. Those who dared to say no might be turned into dust in the next second. Not even a divinity crystal would be left behind. None of them were fools. If they offered up their soul fires, they would become soul slaves for the rest of their lives. Since White Brow had such a vile personality, he would rather die than live. As for the Demon the Arch and Wind the Arch, they wanted to offer them, but unfortunately, their soul fires were with Yi Qinghan. Cough, cough. At this moment, a soft cough suddenly rang out. To cough at such a critical moment, he was either scared out of his wits, or he had a death wish. Obviously, the evil Fury Emperor and the others thought that he was scared out of his wits. This was because they had heard this voice before. This person had just threatened them, saying that he would definitely erase their families from the divine realm in the future. The owner of this voice was Yi Qinghan. The peak rank 7 powerhouses present did not dare to speak, and a young divine king dared to cough at this moment. If he was not scared out of his wits, what else could it be? However, in the next second, everyone completely overturned this thought. This young divine king was not stupid, he was crazy. Buzz. With a slight fluctuation, Fiery Dragon City's shield was actually opened. That crazy young divine king actually looked at white-browed Venerable and said leisurely, "Mongrel old man, you're very arrogant. Mongrel old fogey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" This young master hates people acting arrogantly in front of me the most. I'll give you two choices. Offer up your soul flame and become my soul slave, or die. His voice was very calm, very natural, without a trace of trembling, as if he was not facing a venerable who could tear the void, but a young divine general. His tone was exactly the same as white-browed venerable, without a hint of provocation. If an ordinary martial artist heard this, they would really think that he was a supreme powerhouse. If it was said that white-browed venerable single-handedly taking on a full blow from a transcendent-grade divine weapon had shattered the balls of the male powerhouses present, Yi Qinghan's words had caused a burning pain in their buttholes. The Rain Empress and Yu Piao almost vomited, a venerable. Perhaps the people present did not understand what a venerable represented before, but today, they had completely woken up. Even the hot-tempered peak rank 7 Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu did not speak. What was a young divine king like him doing? Was this something that he could participate in? Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress's faces instantly turned pale. Li He and Yu Piao's expressions were very interesting. The Beast Arch and Wind Arch revealed an excited expression. Lord Jiu, who was in the phoenix, could no longer be elegant. Emperor Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a long guandao appeared in his hand. He shouted angrily, "Protect young Master Han, young Master Xiao He." Countless soul-devouring manor powerhouses struggled and surged toward Yi Qinghan and the city. The powerhouses of the Yi family army behind Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress also flew toward Yi Qinghan. Everyone's eyes were locked onto Yi Qinghan, who was in the city plaza. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan was a fool or a madman, many powerhouses felt that this person was definitely going to die. White-browed venerable did not speak. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. However, those who saw this smile felt that it was more like a cruel smile. White-browed venerable's figure instantly disappeared in the sky. In the next second, he reappeared next to Yi Qinghan. He extended one hand and gently grabbed Yi Qinghan's head. It seemed that he wanted to see what Yi Qinghan's brain was made of. He dared to be so daring. Of course, Yi Qinghan's brain wasn't damaged. Even though his soul had mutated twice. There was a reason why he dared to be so arrogant. Up until now, Venerable Li Quan, Lord Devour, and the Rain Butterfly clan's king hadn't appeared. He didn't dare to gamble anymore. If Lei Zhen and the others were killed by white-browed Venerable in the next second, it wouldn't be fun anymore. How could he explain to Little Firework, Li Shuai, Yin Ling, and the others? He dared to be so arrogant. Of course, he didn't want to die. He had this confidence. Although he wasn't sure about this confidence, he could only gamble in this situation. He used his life to gamble on one thing, to gamble on whether the restriction of Sealed God Valley could subdue white-browed Venerable. Battle Emperor's information said that this restriction could subdue experts below the 9th level. He chose to believe in Battle Emperor. Old dog. Don't you want to get this Sealed God Valley? This lord will bring you down to play. Facing that gentle hand, Yi Qinghan didn't show any fear. He just smiled mockingly. He used the black stone on his body to activate all the restrictions of Sealed God Valley. Instantly, a powerful suction force acted on the black hole below Yi Qinghan and white-browed Venerable. Yi Qinghan disappeared into the black hole instantly. White-browed Venerable hesitated because the suction force was too sudden and fierce. He couldn't react in time and was sucked into the black hole as well. The sudden change in the situation almost made countless people's eyes pop out. Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress looked at each other, their faces revealing an expression of ecstasy. Chapter 833. Although they weren't sure if Sealed God Valley's restrictions could suppress white-browed Venerable, the Rain Empress and Lei Zhen were excited. Evil Fury and the rest looked at each other. They obviously knew that the hole was the entrance to Sealed God Valley, but white-browed Venerable was sucked in just like that. And from young Master Ye's words, he was the one controlling Sealed God Valley's restrictions? No one dared to move. Evil Fury and the rest didn't know what was going on, so they didn't dare to enter Sealed God Valley. Lei Zhen and the rest only gathered with the Soul Devourer Manor's experts. Both sides floated above Flame Dragon City, looking into Sealed God Valley. One side was waiting for White-Browed Venerable to come out, and the other side was waiting for White-Browed Venerable to be suppressed. Lei Jin didn't dare to bring his men in. If he and the others went in, Flame Dragon City might be destroyed by the people outside. Even the experts from the attacking side might rush in. With so many experts, he wasn't sure if Sealed God Valley's restrictions would be able to suppress them. They could only face each other outside. When he returned to the Sealed God Valley, the scenery of the Sealed God Valley was even more beautiful. With such dense essence energy, the flowers and trees inside became lush, and waves of vitality came from inside. Yi Qinghan did not have time to admire the scenery inside. The moment he landed in the Sealed God Valley, he quickly started to control all the restrictions of the Sealed God Valley. He immediately teleported the countless Yi family soldiers to a corner. Then, he turned the gravity restrictions to the maximum and used all of them on White-Browed Venerable. White-Browed Venerable's sword-like eyebrows straightened even more, and his expression was extremely solemn. This place made him feel danger, even though he had always wanted to enter and obtain this place. He ignored Yi Qinghan, who was not far away on his left. His body was surrounded by white mist, and the black axe, Fury of the Butterfly Dance, was in his hand. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and he was extremely nervous. He had come to an unfamiliar place, and it was a place that made him feel danger. He instinctively chose to defend. Humph. Yi Qinghan smiled and brushed his hand upwards. A strong gravitational force instantly acted on the White-Browed Venerable's body, and his face changed. His body swayed, and the space around him shook. He wanted to teleport, but before he could do so, his body was already pressed heavily onto the ground. A deep pit was formed in the conferred God Valley, and all the trees nearby were smashed into pieces. Crush, crush, crush this old dog to death. Yi Qinghan kept waving his hands, and a pressure that was as heavy as 10,005 Emperor's Mountains kept crashing down on the White-Browed Venerable. At the same time, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his divine sense and countless dark clouds began to gather above his head. Lightning began to flash on the surface and countless electric snakes and sparks gathered together, transforming into a huge silver dragon within the dark clouds. Buzz! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's expression changed, and he was slightly startled. Then, he sneered and said mockingly, "Old dog, in this conferred God Valley, not only do you know how to teleport, I also know how to do so." Scram! As the space around Yi Qinghan fluctuated, a huge black battle axe appeared in the air, and the furious White-Browed Venerable appeared at the same time. However, before the Fury of the Butterfly Dance could touch Yi Qinghan, there was no longer anyone in the space in front of him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's words came from above where White-Browed Venerable was standing. Then, an extremely strong gravitational force came from the White-Browed Venerable's body again, and his body was smashed down again. Bang! 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 The White-Browed Venerable teleported again and again, but he was smashed down again and again. The entire conferred God Valley was under Yi Qinghan's control. Once the White-Browed Venerable moved, Yi Qinghan immediately knew and immediately teleported. The White-Browed Venerable couldn't get close to Yi Qinghan at all. Ha! Battle Emperor really didn't lie to me. Now, let's see if this divine lightning can kill this old dog. Smash! The furious lightning in the sky was almost completely condensed. Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand, and a huge bolt of lightning that looked like an ancient dragon descended violently. Its speed was even faster than teleportation, and it directly smashed onto the White-Browed Venerable, who had been pressed down by Yi Qinghan and couldn't teleport in time. Rumble, the Yi family army that had been teleported to a corner of the conferred God Valley by Yi Qinghan once again witnessed the furious lightning that was comparable to the apocalyptic lightning. A huge sound rang out, and the entire conferred God Valley trembled. 100-meter deep pit appeared where the White-Browed Venerable was, and it was a shocking sight. Motherf *Ker, this old dog is actually so strong? He's still not dead? He looks so miserable. I wonder how many more times I can smash him to death. There were no divine crystals or spatial rings floating out of the deep pit, so Yi Qinghan naturally didn't need to look to clearly see the situation of the white-browed venerable with the restrictions of the conferred God Valley. The white-browed venerable was smashed to the ground, and all his clothes had been reduced to ashes. His snow-white hair, beard, eyebrows, and skin were all charred black. It was clear that he had been injured by the furious lightning. "Tui, little bastard, this old man will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The white-browed venerable actually wasn't injured. He had relied on his origin energy to forcefully resist the furious lightning. However, the terrifying temperature of the furious lightning had reduced him to such a miserable state. How many years had it been? Ever since he broke through to the supremacy realm 5 million years ago, he hadn't been injured in the slightest. However, he was now being played by an ant-like little divine king. Now, his entire body was exposed. How could he not be angry? Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. Rather than scolding the white-browed venerable, he might as well seize the time to condense divine lightning and smash this old dog to death. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless as he stared at the figure of the white-browed venerable. This was a supremacy. If he wasn't careful and let the white-browed venerable get close, he would be instantly killed. Bang! As he roared hysterically, the white-browed venerable was smashed down by the conferred God Valley's gravity restrictions again and again. He was very strong. He could casually squash Yi Qinghan to death with a single finger. However, every single attack of his landed on the air. He hadn't mastered the art of hitting cows through the air yet, so he could only return empty-handed every time. Rumble. Another bolt of divine lightning struck down, and the robe that the venerable white-browed venerable had just put on not long ago turned into ashes again. His body, which had just turned snow-white, turned black again. Some parts of his body, such as between his legs, were even emitting black smoke. No. It couldn't go on like this. The white-browed venerable finally realized a fact. In the conferred God Valley, he, an 8th grade venerable, a supreme expert who could easily kill countless peak 7th grade war gods, was no match for this young divine king. Moreover, he was very clear that he couldn't continue this stalemate. Because, even though the divine thunder was resisted by his origin energy every time, some of his origin energy was also consumed. What was origin energy? It was the capital of a supremacy. If he used it up here, would he still be a supremacy? Moreover, if he used up all his origin energy, he definitely wasn't confident that he could withstand the shocking divine lightning. I can only escape first and think of a way to kill this little bastard in the future. The white-browed venerable spat out a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes instantly lit up. As an old monster of the misty continent who had experienced hundreds of thousands of battles, his battle wisdom was naturally self-explanatory. His body disappeared again, but this time, he didn't teleport toward Yi Qinghan. Instead, he teleported directly toward the entrance of the conferred God Valley. "Humph, old dog, do you think you can escape?" Yi Qinghan sneered. The higher he flew in the sky of the conferred God Valley, the greater the pressure. At the entrance, the gravity reached the maximum that Yi Qinghan had just displayed. If he didn't remove the restriction, Yi Qinghan believed that the white-browed venerable definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Since he could suppress him just now, then the white-browed venerable definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the gravity at the entrance. However, Yi Qinghan was wrong, and perhaps the battle emperor was also wrong. The white misty air around the white-browed venerable's body instantly ignited. He actually burned his origin energy to resist the shocking pressure and forcefully flew out of the entrance. The temperature of the divine lightning in the conferred God Valley was very high, but the temperature of the origin energy was even higher. What the white-browed venerable didn't expect was that when he flew out of the entrance and appeared in the sky above Flame Dragon City, his robes turned into ashes again, and his body was also charred black. Black smoke rose from his lower body again, and a strange thing that looked like a burnt hem fell in midair. It swayed with the wind and looked very beautiful. Just now, Yi Qinghan was the only one who saw it. Now, the sky above Flame Dragon City was filled with thousands of people on both the north and south sides. The white-browed venerable blinked his eyes, and the white corneas on his pitch-black face were extremely eye-catching. He looked at the thousands of experts on both the north and south sides in a daze. Then, he suddenly came to his senses, and with a loud shout, he directly disappeared into the sky. The thousands of supreme experts all looked at each other. Why did this bold and unrestrained expert feel like he was the white-browed venerable? Chapter 834. Swoosh. Just when everyone was puzzled, Yi Qinghan appeared from the dark cave. When Yi Qinghan saw that Lei Zhen and the others were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. When Emperor Lei Zhenyu and the rest saw that Yi Qinghan was fine, their faces revealed an expression of ecstasy. On the other hand, the wicked fury war god and the others' faces were as black as charcoal. Uncle Lei Zhen, all of you fly to the top of the cave. Everything is fine for now. Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen shouted. Then, they looked at the experts on the wicked fury war god's side with a gentle smile. Who else wants to play in the conferred god valley? Bring it on. It's fine. If the white-browed old mongrel can come out, you guys can too. Swoosh. Swoosh. The warriors on the wicked fury war god's side all retreated several thousand meters away from the fiery dragon city. Their faces were full of disbelief. The person who was roasted, the unrestrained expert, was really the white-browed venerable. The white-browed venerable was roasted? This young master Yi was fine. The attackers looked at Yi Qinghan as though they were looking at a monster. They wanted to see if Yi Qinghan had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, no matter how they looked at him, no matter how they scanned him with their divine senses, Yi Qinghan was just a minor god king. Alright, even if he was a peak god king realm soul cultivator, even if he was a god emperor realm soul cultivator. But who was the white-browed venerable? He was a venerable. A peerless expert who could single-handedly take a full blow from a transcendent grade divine artifact. No. Many people came to a realization. Just now, Yi Qinghan controlled the opening of the conferred god valley alone. Then, the white-browed venerable was sucked into the cave under his control. Moreover, the one who auctioned the fruits was Yi Qinghan. Many people immediately understood that this young Master Yi had complete control over the conferred god valley. When they thought about the fact that even 7th grade war gods couldn't come out of the conferred god valley, as well as the strange restrictions inside, many people instantly understood. Yi Qinghan obtained the sealed god valley and used it to defeat the white-browed supremacy. This deduction was very reasonable. Not only did it let countless experts know about nascent soul, but it also made them even more passionate about sealed god valley. A restriction that could make an incomparably tyrannical venerable so dejected was definitely a top-notch item. Furthermore, a single restriction was already so powerful. What about the treasures inside? But, who would be able to take down the conferred god valley? Who would dare to go near that hole? They didn't dare, but that didn't mean others didn't dare. All of a sudden, space fluctuated, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the evil wrath battle god and the others. A snow-white figure with an extremely gloomy expression appeared. Who else could it be other than the white-browed venerable? The other was a man dressed in a purple battle robe, with a silver mask on his face and 2 round earrings hanging from his ears. He exuded a demonic aura. Unsurprisingly, the masked man was a venerable as well. Moreover, this person's identity was not ordinary, because the martial artist expert behind him had begun to kneel on one knee. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Venerable Evil Moon. The second venerable under the misty monarch. Venerable Evil Moon had appeared. Venerable Evil Moon had no choice but to show himself. In fact, he was well aware of the little tricks his 2 disciples were playing. The misty monarch didn't care about anything, and the great venerable was in seclusion all year round. In reality, the Evil Moon venerable was the manager of the entire misty continent. How could he not know about Xie Nu and Tu Xie's little tricks? He was very fond of Tu Xie, because Tu Xie's temperament was exactly the same as his when he was young. Their talents were equally outstanding, and they both cultivated the law of time. Actually, rather than saying that this matter was led by Tu Xie, it would be more accurate to say that he had secretly deduced the situation today. Without him, would Tu Xia have such comprehensive information? Without him, would the evil fury war god have joined in so easily? Without him, how could evil fury invite Whitebrow? He always felt that young people needed to gain experience, to experience big scenes, to experience trials of blood and fire. Only then would they understand more and make great progress. This attack on the city was a good experience for him, and he had a hidden motive behind all this, to suppress Venerable Butterfly Dance. He had managed the Misty Continent for many years, and there had never been anyone who challenged the Misty City. But Butterfly Dance did it. And she did it in an extremely arrogant manner, not giving him any face at all. Yet, the Misty Monarch had spoken up about this matter. This made Evil Moon feel very uncomfortable and aggrieved. A small character who was only a 7th grade war god 100 years ago dared to challenge his dignity. This was something he could not tolerate. Originally, he had not planned to make a move today. After all, his disciples had made a move, and there would be a chance to redeem themselves in the future. However, the Valley of the Gods had blasted him out. Venerable Evil Moon was very curious about the restriction that could make Whitebrow so embarrassed. After Whitebrow's transmission, he became even more curious. Since Butterfly Dance was not here, he would take it and play with it. Perhaps there would be a great opportunity. If Butterfly Dance came back in the future, she would probably not go against him to snatch it away. After all, he represented the will of the Misty Monarch. Therefore, Venerable Evil Moon spoke leisurely, "Yi Qinghan, right? This Valley of the Gods is very popular. It is not realistic for a little divine king like you to monopolize it. It will bring you and your family a lot of trouble. If this matter spreads, countless supremacies in the entire divine realm will come here. Can you protect it? How about this? Give up the Valley of the Gods. I will make the decision. You can choose any city in the Misty Prefecture and challenge them directly. I will be the city lord for you and guarantee that no one will challenge you for 1,000,000 years. I will guarantee your safety for 1,000,000 years. What do you think?" Venerable Evil Moon's words were very peaceful, giving people an indescribable sense of intimacy. However, there was an invisible aura that made people believe his words. This was a kind of pressure that came from being in a high position for many years, a domineering aura that could decide the life and death of countless people with a wave of his hand. Venerable Evil Moon's appearance and his gentle words made Yi Qinghan's people a little uncomfortable. Venerable Evil Moon's reputation was much greater than Whitebrow Venerable's. After all, he was a supreme expert who had managed the Misty Continent for 1,000,000 years. This title itself represented a kind of power and a kind of will. Lei Zhen and Lei Kuang were silent. Reign Empress and Li He and Yupia Piao were silent. Emperor Yu and his wife, Eminent Elder Jiao Shanshan, as well as another rank 7 Eminent Elder of Soul-Devouring City were also silent. Even Yi Qinghan was silent. Yi Qinghan did not care about the city and promised that Venerable Evil Moon gave him. Even if he went anywhere, he could easily take down a small city. However, the content of Venerable Evil Moon's words made Yi Qinghan hesitate. That's right. The Valley of the Gods was such a popular piece of land. Although the biggest benefits were already taken by him, just the reputation of the second most dangerous place in the divine realm and the restrictions of the strange fruits would definitely attract countless supremacies. Could he protect it? He definitely could not protect it, but could Venerable Li Quan, the Rain Butterfly Clan's king, and Lord Devour protect it? If he could not protect it, what was the point of persisting? Chapter 835. Perseverance. This word suddenly came to his mind. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the time when he was still the 7th child of the Yi family, the persistence of not yielding to his fate. He remembered the countless times he had attacked his meridians. He remembered the lonely persistence in the god-slaying mountain. He remembered the persistence of being tortured by those eyes for a month in the carefree pavilion in order to find a chance. He remembered the persistence of a man carrying a saber and creating the divine realm alone, never giving up. There are many things in life that need to be persevered, and there are many principles that need to be adhered to. If you compromise once, you will compromise a second time. When your heart is no longer strong. How can you make the world tremble because of you? The invincible god of war will never yield. He seemed to recall the roars of the warriors of the House of Ares in Sung City when the Golden Horn tribe came to the Fire Dragon continent. These voices echoed in Yi Qinghan's heart, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Never yield. Yes, if I yield, will I still be Yi Qinghan? If I yield, without the heart of a strong warrior, will I still be able to set foot on the peak? If I yield, what's the meaning of my life? No. Never yield, never yield. If this is the destiny given to me by the heavens, then this young master will break this heavens. Yi Qinghan looked up at the vast sky and murmured softly. Then his voice became louder and louder, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Then, he laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely relaxed and natural. His entire temperament had changed as well. There was a feeling that he could be strong no matter how strong he was, a cool breeze caressing the hills. He could be tyrannical no matter how fierce he was. He could be tyrannical no matter what the situation was. He could be calm and unyielding. Finally, he smiled brightly, stretched out a finger to Evil Moon, and gently waved it, saying, "Sorry, I refuse. I refuse." These 3 words were like a heavy slap to Venerable Evil Moon's face, as well as the faces of the people behind him. Who was Evil Moon? Who did he represent? It was fine if Venerable Evil Moon didn't come forward, but once he did, how many people present would dare to reject him? Even the arrogant Lei Zhen, the hot-tempered Lei Kuang, and Emperor Yu were all silent. After all, Master Evil Moon had given orders on behalf of the Misty Monarch for millions of years. Everyone was used to accepting his orders and obeying his will. But today, there was a calf that made a different voice and resisted his will. Many people were enraged and wanted to strangle Yi Qinghan to death. However, many people were also silent because of what Yi Qinghan had just said. His expression was very complicated. There was bitterness, reminiscence, confusion, and struggle. Xiang Di, who was wearing a golden armor and looked extremely handsome, became silent. Yang Di, who was incomparably domineering, also became silent. Even the thunder, the river, and the rain, all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, as if they were thinking about something. If I give in and don't have the heart of an expert, will I still be able to reach the peak? Yi Qinghan's words deeply touched them. The heart of an expert. They all had it, or it should be said that they all had it, and they all had it now. But obviously, it was not firm enough. Without the heart of an expert, it was impossible for them to cultivate to such a realm. It was impossible for them to reach such a height. They recalled the time when they were young. The same unyielding, the same desire to set foot on the peak, the same unremitting efforts, only hoping to eventually reach the peak and look down on all the heroes. However, at this moment, they began to recall that it seemed that as time went by, as their strength increased, and as their power increased, their heart of an expert began to slowly fade. They became mercenary, sacrificing the essentials to pursue trifles. They forgot their own cultivation and wholeheartedly pursued external things. Thus, they were getting further and further away from the Great Way and the peak. I was wrong, I was wrong. I took a detour for hundreds of thousands of years. The heart of an expert, the heart of an expert. Without the heart of an expert, how can I become an expert? I finally understand why I was stuck at the peak of rank 7 for hundreds of thousands of years. A savage voice resounded, completely destroying the oppressive atmosphere. Emperor Xiang's eyes were filled with passion, and his body was trembling slightly. His handsome face was blurred with tears. He suddenly did something that shocked everyone present. He knelt down on one knee towards Yi Qinghan and cupped his fists with utmost sincerity. "Young Master Yi, if you don't die today, I, Xiang Yiyong, will owe you a huge favor. Soldiers of Beacon Smoke Manor, follow me back to Beacon Smoke Manor. We will not participate in Seal of God Valley anymore. Let's go." Swish. He cupped his fists towards Emperor Xiang and Venerable Evil Moon. Then, he flew away without a care. The martial artists of Beacon Smoke Manor were confused. After bowing to Venerable Evil Moon, they followed Emperor Xiang and disappeared into the north. Yi Qinghan was also confused. Behind him, Lei Zhen sighed faintly. I reckon that it won't be long before another venerable is born in the Misty Continent. Little Yi, you might also have another venerable. The Yi family army behind him was shocked and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. A single sentence could make a peak 7th grade martial artist break through the bottleneck. Their commander was indeed not an ordinary person. What he said just now also made their blood boil. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan pointed his blade at Venerable Evil Moon, these people would not hesitate at all. Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to care about what the expert behind him was thinking. His expression turned serious, even though his heart was firmer than ever. His heart was firmer than ever, but looking down on the enemy didn't mean looking down on the enemy tactically. Any enemy had to be taken seriously, not to mention there were two venerables. His two souls began to operate at high speed, calculating how to use Seal of God Valley and the martial artists behind him to suppress the two venerables and thousands of martial artists. Not bad, not bad. Young Master Yi, you are indeed more outstanding than my disciple. At such a young age, you have already understood the true meaning of the heart of a martial artist. Your future is limitless. However, Seal of God Valley is a treasured land without an owner. According to the Iron Law, it should belong to Floating City. Do you plan to fight against the whole Floating City alone? I admire you, and I hope you and the people behind you don't do stupid things. The power of Floating City is not something you can bully. Venerable Evil Moon's eyes under the silver mask didn't change because of Yi Qinghan's refusal. His eyes didn't move a bit when Xiang Di left. His eyes were very beautiful, very gentle, very approachable, and very convincing. Shameless, Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. This Venerable Evil Moon was better at talking nonsense than himself. He was shameless to the extreme, but Yi Qinghan couldn't refute him. The Iron Law was in their hands. If they said black, it was black. If they said white, it was white. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't talk to him about the Iron Law, but he was secretly distressed. The enemy had two venerables who could teleport. If they went down to Seal of God Valley, it would be very difficult to suppress them. They can't fight against them. I wonder if we can. Just as Yi Qinghan, Lei Zhen, and the others were secretly complaining, a familiar voice sounded in the air, causing Yi Qinghan, Li He, and Yu Piapiao to be overjoyed. Venerable Evil Moon's eyes couldn't be gentle anymore. At the same time, he and white-browed Venerable's eyes shot out a few rays of light, sweeping above Yi Qinghan and the others. In the sky above Flame Dragon City, the space fluctuated, and two figures appeared out of nowhere. One was Venerable Li Quan, who had a kind face like an uncle next door. The other was a woman. She wore a colorful raincoat, and her figure was abnormally hot. Her pretty face was full of charm, and her beauty was unparalleled. Chapter 836. Greetings, Venerable. Greetings, King. Before anyone could react, Li He and Yu Piapiao had already flown into the sky and knelt down on one knee, greeting the two respectfully. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and transmitted his voice. Everyone behind him bowed and shouted, "Greetings, Venerable Lords." Two venerables came together. Although Yi Qinghan didn't know why it was such a coincidence, they were already here. Moreover, they directly asked to help him fight against Venerable Evil Moon. Yi Qinghan was very confident. With two venerables here, he was completely sure to crush Evil Moon and White Brow in Sealed God Valley. Li Quan, Yu Piapiao, what's the meaning of this? Venerable Evil Moon's voice was no longer calm and amiable. The two clearly stated their stand against him. This not only made the situation more complicated, it was also a challenge to his authority. Nothing. Evil Moon, this Sealed God Valley is my son-in-law's. If someone wants to snatch it, how can I just watch? Li Quan's face was very ordinary and he didn't have any imposing manner. However, his calm words gave people a strong sense of confidence. Not only did he directly call Evil Moon, but he also pointed out that they were here to snatch it. I really admire this young Master Yi. Can Lord Evil Moon give Pia Piao some face and leave? Yu Pia Piao's voice was very pleasant. It was soft like a young girl. When she spoke, there was a faint smile on her face. Oh, Yi Qinghan felt Lei Zhen's ambiguous gaze and smiled awkwardly. However, he felt very excited. Why were all the people from the Rain Butterfly clan more beautiful than the other? Yin Ling, Er's mother's figure was as hot as hers. Her appearance was exactly the same. Her temperament was comparable to the beauty in the Illusion Valley. She was definitely a man's nemesis. Li Quan, are you out of your mind? What proof do you have that Sealed God Valley belongs to your son-in-law? Does Misty City have a record? As the manager of Misty City, how could I not know? As for you Pia Piao, although your Rain Butterfly Island is close to Misty Continent, strictly speaking, you belong to Star Sea and are managed by Star Sovereign. This is the internal affairs of the Misty Continent, and you don't have the qualifications to interfere. If you don't retreat, then I can only act according to the law. Venerable Evil Moon said coldly. Since the two of them were prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with him, he had no scruples. His words not only reminded the two of them not to forget his identity. Furthermore, everything he said was ironclad. Every word he said was related to Floating Mist City. He was clearly using Floating Mist City to suppress the two of them. His meaning was very clear. If they dared to make a move, they would be violating the iron laws of the immortal realm. They would be opposing Misty City and the Misty Continent's Misty Sovereign. His words were extremely sharp. It was true that the iron law of the God realm was a piece of papyrus, and it was also true that the rules of the game were set by the supreme experts. Even though, not to mention venerable level powerhouses, even the Manor Lord had done many heinous things in secret that violated the iron law. In the God world, it was true that the strong were respected. However, on the surface, the stronger one was, the more they would not openly violate the iron rules of the God world. Even if they wanted to do something, they would not leave behind any evidence. The Misty Sovereign was high up and did not care about worldly affairs. However, you slapped him in the face and did not respect him. After all, this continent was called the Misty Continent. The Sovereign's will could not be challenged. Those who dared to challenge him were already dead, however. Today, Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei seemed to want to resist to the end. Venerable Evil Moon's words did not make the two of them afraid at all. Instead, they laughed. F***ck your mother's fart. Venerable Li Quan made a very inelegant move. He tilted his head and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. Then, he looked at Venerable Evil Moon with an incomparably disdainful expression. He curled his lips and said a few words that made all the martial artists present break out in cold sweat. Before the crowd could react, Venerable Li Quan's eyes flashed fiercely. His brows furrowed, and he immediately changed from a kind person to a fiend. He pointed at Venerable Evil Moon's nose and scolded, "Motherf***ker, I haven't shown my might for the past 1,000,000 years. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Do you think you can pinch me just because you want to? When I roamed the Star Sea, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms, right? You want to talk to me about the iron law of the divine world? Do you think that just because you managed the continent on behalf of the sovereign for hundreds of thousands of years, you are the sovereign? This Sealed God Valley has existed for millions of years. Why didn't you come to collect it? The Sealed God Valley's restriction was broken by Yi Qinghan, and you ran over like a dog that saw a bone? Do you have any shame? If you want to snatch it, just say it. Let's see who's the strongest in the divine world. You are strong, no one will say anything if you snatch it. Don't do such dirty things. Otherwise, I will look down on you. Drip, 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 outside the Flame Dragon City, everyone was sweating profusely. How was this the words of a venerable? It was no different from a hoodlum in the marketplace. This Venerable Li Quan was not only strong, but his scolding skills were also top-notch. However, Yi Qinghan recalled what Honorable Li Quan had said during Li Shuer's coming-of-age ceremony. Honorable Li Quan had said that he was unrestrained when he was young. He was very impulsive and had done many wrong and foolish things. It seemed like he was right. He had cultivated himself for hundreds of thousands of years, yet he was still so hot-tempered. This was too unrestrained and unrestrained. Chi. A soft sound could be heard. 2 holes appeared on Yuduanfei's raincoat. Then, a pair of 5-colored wings that were twice the size of Yu Piao's appeared on her back. A long whip appeared in her hand. White energy flowed around the whip. It was obvious that she was ready for battle. She smiled lightly and said, "Evil Moon, it's not that I want to scold you. Even Venerable Feiwu has to give me face when he sees me, but you don't. I'm very angry. You're in trouble today." Many people knew about Venerable Feiwu. He was the #1 venerable after the Misty Sovereign. He was a Supreme Being expert that was infinitely close to a 9th-grade Supreme Being. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Yuduanfei clearly wanted to fight with Venerable Evil Moon to the end. But, why? This was the question that Yi Qinghan was thinking about at this moment. He knew that he didn't have the face to do so. Although Venerable Li Quan mistakenly thought that he was his son-in-law, he was clear that Venerable Li Quan wouldn't bet the entire Li family just for this. One had to know that if the Misty Monarch was angered, the entire Li family would be annihilated. As for Yuduanfei, Yi Qinghan was even more confused. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have any relationship with Yinling, even if he did screw Yinling, Yuduanfei wouldn't be so impulsive, right? Since all of you are so stubborn, I will just do things according to the law. In the future, I will definitely report this matter to the monarch. All of you will definitely regret your impulsiveness today. Although Venerable Evil Moon was wearing a mask, his expression was definitely not good. It could be seen from his furious eyes and agitated voice. It could also be seen from the way he slammed his hand down. Wang. As Venerable Evil Moon lowered his hand, a figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a purple robe and had a young and devilish face. Who else could it be but Venerable Piao? Haha. White-browed Venerable waved the fury of the butterfly dance in his hand. A violent aura burst out from his body. He raised his head and laughed. We have 3 venerables, and you have 2 venerables. I want to see what gives you the right to be so arrogant with us. It seems like there are going to be venerables falling outside Sealed God Valley today. Little bastard, if I don't kill you today, I, white-browed venerable, am not a human. Chapter 837. Some supremacies are going to die today. There is no doubt about that. White-browed supremacy was enraged and ready to attack at any time. Supremacy Evil Moon and Supremacy Piao were gathering their auras. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Yuduanfei retracted their auras. Yu Piao even kept her beautiful wings and whip. She smiled faintly and turned back into a nice person and a mature queen. It seemed like she wasn't going to make a move. Yi Qinghan was about to send a voice transmission to everyone to enter Apotheosis Valley. He wanted Supremacy Li Quan and Supremacy Yu Piao to drag out 2 supremacies while he suppressed 1 supremacy. However, when he saw their actions, he quickly stopped and blinked in confusion. Swish! At this moment, a person flew down from the circling phoenix in the southern sky. This surprised Yi Qinghan even more. Why did Lord Jiu fly out at this moment? Why did a minor divine general like him get involved in such a dangerous situation? Then, he felt Emperor Yu's body tremble behind him. His face revealed an ecstatic expression. He quickly turned around but didn't see anything. Lei Zhen and the rest looked at Emperor Yu in confusion. Emperor Yu's face was as black as charcoal. They didn't know why he was acting up at such a critical moment. It's fine. Everyone is safe. Emperor Yu grinned. The contrast between his snow-white teeth and his pitch-black face was incomparably striking. He nodded to his wife, Jiao Shanshan, and smiled at Yi Qinghan. My eldest sister is here. Big sister? Lord Devour. Everyone was shocked, and they swept their eyes in all directions, but they didn't find anything. Yi Qinghan was confused again. Was Lord Devour really so strong? Otherwise, why would Supremacy Li Quan and Emperor Yu act like this? Everyone, listen up. Take down this group of traitors. If they dare to resist, kill without mercy. Although Supremacy Evil Moon found it strange that Supremacy Li Quan and the rest were behaving like this, he had no choice but to release the arrow. A violent aura burst out from his body. The god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. White-browed Supremacy had already charged into the sky after Supremacy Evil Moon gave the order. The wrath of the butterfly dance in his hands suddenly enlarged. Origin power revolved around it. He was ready to chop the entire fiery dragon city into pieces. Buzz! All of a sudden, the space above Flame Dragon City trembled, and the aura of divinity in a radius of several hundred kilometers began to rapidly gather above Flame Dragon City. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the air above Flame Dragon City instantly reached a terrifying level, and a giant face quietly condensed above Flame Dragon City. The space within a radius of 100 kilometers of Flame Dragon City suddenly froze. The surging transcendent grade god artifact, the fury of the dancing butterfly, stopped in midair. The origin energy around it also stopped flowing. The white-browed Venerable maintained his posture of slashing forward. Venerable Evil Moon and Venerable Fragrance were still in midair, and the thousands of experts behind them were preparing to charge forward. Apart from Venerable Li Quan, Rain Duan 9, and Emperor Yu, everyone else was shocked. At this moment, the white-browed Venerable's balls, completely shattered. Many of them did not recognize this face, but that did not stop them from knowing what this face represented. The space in the immortal realm was incomparably stable. The only thing that could make use of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to condense a virtual face and render an 8th grade Venerable immobile in an instant was willpower. This face was the representation of will. Once the origin was unleashed, who could contend against it? With willpower, no one could contend against it. Willpower was an incomparably powerful ability that heaven and earth bestowed upon a martial artist. It could use the space power of the immortal realm to oppress all living beings. Every overlord of a material plane would be bestowed with willpower, and they could use the space power of the entire plane. For example, Divine Master Butcher could use his willpower to kill all heavenly god experts. He could capture the entire flame dragon plane and slaughter as he pleased. How big was a material plane? How big was the immortal realm? How strong was the space power of the entire immortal realm? How strong was the willpower of the experts who stood at the peak of martial artists? Everyone did not know, but they all knew that having willpower was the symbol of invincibility. It was an existence that could not be contended against. Although Venerable Evil Moon could not move, his divine consciousness and soul could still move. At this moment, he was incomparably bitter in his heart. He finally knew why Lord Devour dared to challenge his dignity, why Lord Devour dared to openly kill people in Dancing Phoenix City, and why the Misty Monarch was so polite to him. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness scanned the giant face in the sky, and he understood many things. Why did Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei try their best to help him? Why did Lord Jiu dare to walk out of the Phoenix of Crying? Why did Emperor Yu say that it was safe? This giant face had condensed in the Flame Dragon continent. The giant handprint under the sacred mountain was still extremely shocking. He did not expect that this face could also condense in the immortal realm. Lord Devour was actually an invincible 9th grade war god? Venerable Whitebrow's body did not tremble, but his soul was constantly shaking. He could not figure out how a martial artist who was above 7th grade 100 years ago could become an invincible 9th grade existence in 100 years. He also knew that he did not have time to think about this. He was a little unwilling. Although his lifespan was about to end, it was not over yet. It seemed like he was going to be buried here today. Lord Devour did not speak. Or perhaps he was too lazy to speak. The giant face began to transform, and finally, it turned into a beautiful hand that gently and slowly flew toward Venerable Whitebrowed. The speed was very slow, and everyone's divine consciousness could see it easily. This giant hand lightly grasped Venerable Whitebrowed, and then gently squeezed, crack. Actually, there was no sound at all, but everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking in their hearts. Divine consciousness could see that after the giant hand let go, Venerable Whitebrowed turned into a pile of dust that floated up and down in the air. The 7-color divine crystal, the fury of butterfly dance, and the spatial ring were also floating in the air, extremely eye-catching. An easy strike. Venerable White-browed, who had been in the 8th grade for 5 million years, was instantly killed. Countless people thought of Venerable White-browed's bold words not long ago, saying that he could suppress Venerable Butterfly Dance with a raise of his hand. Thinking back to it now, it was so ironic, as if it was the funniest joke in the world. Buzz, the giant face gradually disappeared, and gradually became blurry. Finally, it turned into a woman wearing a red robe. The pressure of the space also disappeared in an instant, and everyone regained control of their bodies. The suffocating pressure from before also disappeared. However, no one dared to make any special movements, and no one dared to speak. Everyone only turned their bodies slightly, and looked at the woman with a calm temperament in the sky. Devour Butterfly Dance. Greetings, Lord. Except for the dumbfounded Yi Qinghan, no one hesitated at this moment. No matter if they were friends or foes, they all knelt down on one knee, and performed the most respectful greeting to Lord Devour. This had nothing to do with hatred, and it had nothing to do with friend or foe. This was a martial artist's way of expressing his highest respect to a supreme martial artist who stood at the pinnacle. The woman smiled. Her smile was faint, but it was like the most noble flower in the world blooming. At this moment, this smile was so beautiful and warm in everyone's eyes. She didn't care about anyone else, and only looked at the dumbfounded Yi Qinghan, saying calmly, "Little Han, long time no see." Chapter 838. Looking at this beautiful, calm face, Yi Qinghan had mixed feelings. The king of the Fire Dragon continent had now become a peak expert in the divine realm, an invincible existence that could kill venerables in seconds, an existence that could look down on all heroes. He was Xiao Hei's aunt, and Xiao Hei was his brother, so he was also his aunt. But now, Yi Qinghan didn't want to acknowledge this relative at all. He even had the urge to turn around and leave. If Yi Qinghan still didn't understand something, he would be a fool. An invincible level 9 existence had made him come to the divine realm alone, carrying the burden of billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent, and travel alone. Perhaps when he had just arrived in the divine realm, Yi Qinghan might have thought that it was difficult to become a lord of a material plane. But now, Shi Yan could defeat him with just a wave of his hand, let alone Lord Devour. He clearly remembered that after he killed Divine Master Tu, Lord Devour used young Master Tu Xie to scare the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon plane. At that time, not to mention him, all the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon plane were living in fear. They were afraid that one day, the Divine Realm's law enforcement team would come and destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Now, it seemed so ridiculous. To Lord Devour, not to mention young Master Tu Xie, even young Master Tu Xie's master, Evil Moon, was trash. Wasn't he still kneeling there now? What did it mean? It meant that Lord Devour had fooled him and all the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon continent. Like a monkey, he had fooled him. He had watched him dance on the tip of a blade, stroll on a volcano, appear at the most dangerous time, when he was about to die, and act as the savior. In the evil Een stream, he had almost fallen into bedevilment several times. In the sealed God Valley, he had almost died several times, but Lord Devour hadn't appeared. In the past, Yi Qinghan would have thought that Lord Devour didn't have this ability, but now, it seemed like a joke. Level 9. He could go in and out of the sealed God Valley as he pleased, but he saw him kissing the Grim Reaper. Was it fun? It was not fun. Yi Qinghan thought that if Lord Devour didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would never forgive her. It didn't matter if he suffered a little and was a little tired. Even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, Yu Qingcheng and the others had suffered along with them. That son of hers that she had never met before had also suffered along with them. This was something that she could not forgive. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't that dumb to turn hostile on the spot. Thus, he politely clasped his hands at Lord Devour, then said faintly, "Greetings, Lord." Swish swish swish. Yi Qinghan bowed very reluctantly, but it caused countless people to be astonished. This young Master Yi was amazing. Not only did he not kneel, but he even bowed so casually. It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied. "Where's Xiaohei? Let him come out. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him a little." Lord Devour smiled faintly as if he didn't mind it. He waved his hand at the others. "Rise." "All right." Yi Qinghan responded faintly, then waved his hand. Xiaohei emerged from the beast-fighting space. As soon as Xiaohei appeared, she jumped on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Her bright eyes moved around, then she looked at Lord Devour, calling, "Auntie." As Yi Qinghan was upset, Xiaohei and his soul were connected. Of course, she knew what he was thinking. Shi Yan didn't have deep feelings for Lord Devour. Although he knew that Lord Devour had saved Yi Qinghan and everybody else, he was still affected by Yi Qinghan, so he didn't show his affection to Lord Devour. Lord Devour beamed a faint smile. He knew why Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei hated him that much. Lord Devour didn't say anything, just looking at Xiaohei lovingly. His eyes sparkled as he recalled something. He stood still, not saying a word. Lord Devour kept silent. Of course, the others didn't dare to interrupt him. However, the mood of the people on both sides was different. One side was as excited as fire, while the other side was as cold as ice. Lei Zhen, the Wind Empress, and the Archdemonic the Archie family army were shocked once again. They knew that Yi Qinghan had a strong background, but they didn't expect it to be so strong that they could only admire him. The Wind Emperor, the Beast Sovereign, and the other soul slaves didn't think that it was shameful to be the soul slaves of such a character. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks, smiling faintly. Of course, they knew how strong Lord Devour was. During the Palace Masters Challenge, they happened to pass by and saw Lord Devour's giant face with their own eyes. Thus, after receiving Yi Qinghan's call for help, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Of course, the reason why Venerable Li Quan called for a meeting of the patriarchs and the timing of their arrival was that they wanted to maximize the favor and make Yi Qinghan feel grateful. In fact, they had arrived earlier. When white-browed Venerable appeared, they were ready to take action. However, Lord Devour sent them a message, so they didn't take action. What should we do? What should we do? Send a message to the sovereign? Venerable Evil Moon's face couldn't be seen, but people could see the fear in his eyes. As soon as Lord Devour took action, white-browed Venerable was turned into ashes. If he was careless, he could be turned into ashes as well. He was aware of his status, but it was not worth mentioning to a 9th-grade war god. Even if Lord Devour killed him, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't say anything. After all, even a fool could tell the difference between a war god and a venerable, Kan Emperor, Young Emperor, and the others were also frightened. If Lord Devour wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing chickens. The iron law of the immortal realm might be a little stressful for 8th-grade venerables, but it was nothing for 9th-grade venerables. To them, the iron law was no different from toilet paper, because the people who made the iron law were a group of 9th-grade invincible war gods. Especially the crippled emperor. He remembered that when the Golden Horn Holy Clan descended on the Fire Dragon continent, only 4 peak god generals managed to escape. They brought back a message from Lord Devour, saying that if he wasn't convinced, he could come and find her. Given the current situation, Lord Devour would definitely think that he wasn't convinced. Russell. Venerable Evil Moon considered it over and over again and decided to lower his head. Otherwise, even if he went to beg the Misty Sovereign might kill him to entice Lord Devour. Now, he could only hope that Lord Devour would spare his life for the sake of the Sovereign. Russell. As soon as Venerable Evil Moon knelt down, the people behind him didn't dare to stand still. They all knelt down, not on one knee, but on both knees. They bowed, saying nothing, as if they were begging for forgiveness. We're reckless. Greed blinded our hearts. Please punish us, Lord. After waiting for a while, Lord Devour didn't say anything. Evil Moon sighed begrudgingly as he knew that Lord Devour was waiting for them to open their mouths and slap their faces. Although Evil Moon knew that he was so aggrieved, what could he do? We're reckless. Greed blinded our hearts. Please punish us, Lord. Reverend Fragrance and the experts behind her also sighed begrudgingly. They followed Evil Moon and said in unison. They were so anxious, as if they were criminals waiting for the judgment. Lord Devour finally opened his mouth. His voice was still calm and emotionless. However, the domineering aura in his words was unquestionable. Crippled Emperor, I've told you not to provoke me. But you didn't believe me. So, kill yourself.